and Jen Coffenaffer in just a couple of seconds. I just want to say, first of all, so we're going to go over a new motion that Kim Fair sent me this morning that must have just hit the docket from the state. And what this shows is Hank Brennan is more comparable to the Roman legions. He's not a cavalry charge. He's not a pincer movement trying to get around. He's not a blitzkrieg. He's the Roman legions that just keeps coming and coming, step by step by step. Thousands of legionnaires. You can't stop it. And that's what they're dealing with here, is you cannot stop it. So let me bring these. I see two versions of Jen in here, so I'll bring them both in. And now we're down to one. So we'll bring in Kate and Jen. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Jen, are you here? Her mic is not set up. Okay, so she's probably just getting set up. Good morning, Kate. Thank you for being here. Everybody can give us feedback if the audio sounds all right. So did you see this new motion, Kate? I'm going to pull it up on the screen.
I did. And, yet again, just.
Oh, we lost you, Kate.
Sorry. I'm right. A little bit spotty. I had to work today. I couldn't get around it, so I'm on the road. But anyway, yeah. So
here's the motion here. Which maybe it's really short. I'll read it, and then you can respond to it. And there's some interesting things in here that we've been talking about for a while, and now they're public.
I was going to say, this is just another confirmation that my information is good.
Yeah. The Commonwealth moves to amend this court's November 5th order restricting the dissemination of all audio recordings produced by Gretchen Voss. On February 11th, the Commonwealth moved without objection by the defense to amend the order to allow the audio recordings to be shared with members of the prosecution team to prepare for trial. The Commonwealth obtained certified official transcripts of the interview between reporter Gretchen Voss and the defendant, also Attorney Inetti, Jackson, and Little. So all three were there for these interviews with Gretchen Voss. And a certified official transcript from July 13th, from the July 13th, 2023, so going back all the way to the summer of 2023, the interview between Karen and Gretchen Voss. In anticipation of trial, the Commonwealth moves to unseal the entirety of both the audio recording and the transcripts for use in the Commonwealth's case against Karen Read. One more quick paragraph on that, but so July 13th, 2023, this is amazing because this is 3 months after the defense has launched their third-party culprit theory officially in court, and almost 3 months after they launched their media campaign through Turtle Boy. And how she describes her taillight here is it's just amazing to me that they never figured out, because it's very different than what Alan Jackson said in closing in the trial. All right, so the last paragraph. Alternatively, the Commonwealth moves for a partial unsealing of the transcripts to allow the Commonwealth to reference statements made by Karen about the damage to her taillight in order to effectively rebut the defense's allegations of egregious governmental misconduct at a hearing scheduled for March 5th. That's today. So we're going to hear about this. Yep. All right. Go ahead, Kate.
Well, hopefully we're going to hear about this. Hopefully she grants it, right?
Right. It's hard to think of any reason why she wouldn't, but I don't know. I can't think of any legal reason why she wouldn't, but the only bar I know about is the one I served at. So
right.
So but this is fascinating though. So just for people that maybe aren't fully aware of this, and as Kate first reported, and I have reported, and let's just say I learned it. Karen describes pretty vividly when she looks at her taillight, and I believe it's when she looked at it that morning with Jen and Kerry, right? Is that the case, Kate?
And again, as they were getting ready to drive the vehicle back to Dighton, because she and her father were concerned that they were going to have electrical issues because of the damage to the taillight. Yeah.
Oh, so it was actually later. So it was actually about 12.
Yeah, I would say that, these observations were made at both times.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll see. So we won't know until we see exactly what's in the transcript or in the audio if they're able to play it. But what it shows is that Karen, in her own words, describes that taillight as missing pieces, severely damaged. And I think she even talks about plucking a piece out. And that's the point of her telling the story, is she's trying to say the state police must have lied when they said they found no evidence in the driveway, John's driveway, because she left a piece there herself, right? Do I have that correct?
I believe so, yeah, from what I understand.
Yeah. So at the very least, Karen examined that taillight and found it to be missing pieces in the driveway around noon before she left for Dighton, and possibly her description applies to 5:30 when she examined it with Kerry and Jen, and it's corroborated by Kerry and Jen's statements too. And the defense chose not to cross-examine Kerry Roberts, who is a close friend of the O'Keefe family.
Right, who describes a piece of metal sticking out, and I mean, like, this entire the semantics game on how damaged the damaged taillight was is ridiculous to me. Because what are the odds that the exact time that she's accused of hitting someone with her car also turns up with damage? And it's like she can only go so far with the lie because of observing it with Jen and Carrie and some of her statements. So she has to admit that she damaged the taillight in the course of all this. And I mean, the odds are that it wasn't unrelated to what happened, right? Like, otherwise you've got the luckiest conspirators in the world, right? They're going to frame her for vehicular homicide, and she's just going to, by chance have damage to her taillight at the same time. It's silly.
Yeah. And this goes to the point of they're trying to dismiss this. See, the defense has opened this up and they're opening up the ability for the prosecution to make this public in a hearing now, so the public will hear it, because they're trying to dismiss this based on the idea that the prosecution hid evidence of the Sally report that potentially was exculpatory because it could have showed when the taillight could have been tampered by the police. But so now the prosecution is going to say, well, no, the taillight was already damaged exactly that way, and we have a lot of video evidence to corroborate that, but we also have the defendant's own words. Let's see.
Exactly.
Let me pull this down, remove. For some reason, it didn't. Trying to just pull up the screen and it didn't. Oh, I'm not signed in on that computer. All right. That's the problem. Sorry, guys. I'm just signing into my other computer that I usually. I think I am signed in now. All right.
And Kevin, did you hear about the mailers that are being sent out in Canton?
Yeah. So were they actually sent by post office? How widely sent were they?
That is unclear right now. That is unclear, but I mean, that is outrageous.
I mean, we know they talked about in the last month that they were going to do something similar to that.
Yeah, it should be against the law.
Right. And Nick Rocco really just kind of spilled the beans, not on the mailer, but said the same thing. We feel like we have a better chance in this trial, even though the federal investigation is over, because of the further publication of the case to their crowd. So You're just basically admitting that the goal is jury tampering. And he again went with the idea that there's no way you're going to get 12 juries to agree on the guilty verdict here, and then it's too expensive to keep trying this case, which is the real strategy here. There is no chance to get 12 jurors to acquit. There's no chance of that. But there is a chance to get one or two that come in with their minds made up and lie their way onto a jury, and and then from there, then they make the argument that we shouldn't pay for a third trial. That's their defense right now. All right, so I got it up there. So I don't know. What do you think, Kate? So professional opinion. So from my experience during the trial, the Law and Crime Network their feed is accurate time-wise, but the audio was lower. I don't know if they've corrected that. So I've been playing on the court TV feed, which has good audio, but which is like 30 seconds to maybe even a minute behind the other feed for some reason. It's
Yeah.
consistently. So which do you think is, should we take a chance and go with the law and crime feed and
It's
see?
the audio is just so bad.
Is it still bad? I haven't listened to it since the trial. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Somebody told me, one of my tech guys, the guy Marius, our friend from Norway, that he gave me the link to a browser app that you can increase the volume of anything
Oh,
that's playing on your browser. And so I may try it. But the only thing I'm worried about is that now you're processing more. So even though I try to keep a dedicated computer that's just doing this, I don't want to add any layer of processing that might lead to more glitchiness or something like that. Well, you know more about this stuff than me.
that sounds kind of promising.
Yeah. All right. So we'll try that out. If you have headphones on, you can hear it fine. But I know, or if you're in your car, but I know not everybody can do that. Some people are watching it on their TV, actually. So do you think, and I don't think we will know for sure until the end of today, but is there going to be a hearing Friday? Sounded
I
a little,
don't. Yeah, I think it's a little bit
yeah,
questionable. Yeah.
maybe depends on what they get done today. Because it sounds like they, at the end, decided to, all right, Friday will be the deadline for a lot of the other stuff that has to be turned in, but they don't necessarily need to have a hearing on it. Well, I think it's Alan Jackson arguing the motion to dismiss today. Did I misunderstand that?
I think so as well. That's what I took away from that.
Okay. Well, that's good. I don't knock Alessi as much as other people. I think he's a good attorney. But yeah, he can be a little boring to listen to. So Alan Jackson will be much better.
Yeah, he makes me actually want to jump off a bridge, like literally. So there's that.
Which one? Both?
Well, both of them, but particularly
Different
Alessi.
reasons?
Alessi, I swear, Alessi could work in assisted suicides. That should be his actual job. Just start talking. Just start
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even. It's not even just. It's not even just the substance of what he's saying and how long it takes him to say it. It's mannerisms that I find to be extremely grating. Like, now I'm going to do that. Like, you don't need a roadmap for your diatribe. Just do it.
Right.
Just say it.
Right.
Just make your points, right? And his ass kissing of the judge is not as effective, I think, as he would like it to be or thinks that it is. He could just knock that off right now,
Right. Right. Yeah, and if he's one of those guys that if you ask him, would you like mustard with your relish on your hot dog? He's going to give you a 2-minute answer. Every single question comes with the longest version of it. But, that said, he is a capable lawyer. He's making sound arguments, working within the limitations of what he has, right? And I would also say, too, we've had other lawyers up, like Gretchen Voss's lawyer, who made a brilliant argument, but it's just wasn't an orator. Was a little
but
bit
I could
difficult to understand.
I could easily understand what he was saying, and it wasn't redundant. Alessi, you can pick apart what he's saying. Alessi is so convoluted in his speech that I think that Free Karen Reed just defaults to assuming that he's doing a great job, and they're not really listening to the argument. I got into a little bit of a Twitter spat with one of them, and they're like, well, did you hear what Alessi was saying? And I'm like, yeah, I heard what Alessi was saying. He conceded that there were misrepresentations. He conceded there was a Rule 14 violation. And then he spent a long time explaining why, these misrepresentations were not made knowingly, therefore he didn't break the rule. It's not a very persuasive argument. And again, yes, he's just working with what he's got there. And I understand that part of it is he's making a record. So, I mean, I guess he's more of an appeals guy and he's good for that. But I don't see where there would be an appeal on anything the judge would do. And I don't think she's going to pull Jackson at this point. I hope there is some form of sanctions, but I don't think that that's going to be the sanction. But I mean, I don't know. The guy just he gets on my last nerve. I don't like. I don't see the point. I mean, anyone else could make the arguments that he's making, which I don't feel are particularly sophisticated, with a lot less words.
So you're glad Alan Jackson is doing the motion to dismissal today, right?
I mean, he makes me want to bang my head against a brick wall for different reasons, because I don't appreciate his flashy showmanship and, tenuous relationship with the truth. But
Right.
at least it's streamlined. When he said an hour and a half, I'm hoping that he means an hour and a half. And that's a lot to stomach of Alan Jackson. He's just such a shitbag. If you go back to his career, even as a prosecutor, he's objectively not a good person. Ethics are not his strong suit.
Right.
He violated Marcy's law as a prosecutor. So I mean, I guess the one consistent across his entire career is that he enjoys hurting victims.
Yeah. So are you getting any update? I'm looking on Twitter right now about what time this hearing might begin. I wanted to have some flexibility because I know they have to wait until the hearing ends, the appeal hearing in federal court. So you get anything on that?
No, honestly, I am so disinterested in their federal case. I can't even put it into words. It's going to be denied. That's
Yeah,
just
and we already saw it. It's the same argument they made, but
yeah.
I'm just wondering what time are we getting any indication what time this hearing is going to start?
I think it's at 2, honestly.
Yeah, so what I prepared to do today is come on and spend some time talking with Kate. Jen, I think, is just here for her audience, but if she logs on, we'll talk a bit. But we're not going to talk from now until 2.
Right.
So, but we'll leave the program going because the other day last week I left it on accident. I didn't hit the fully end the stream, and I was probably on for another couple hours with nobody here, but people still enjoyed the chat. So I might, so I'm just going to do that today. So I'm going to leave this stream running all day until after but if the hearing doesn't start till 2, I'm not going to sit here until 2.
No, it doesn't make any sense. You can just let people chat and it'll, come up when it comes up, right?
Yeah. So Jen said she'll be on at 11. So sometime she will come on to talk. But for now she's plugged in her audience, so they're here. So welcome anybody from Breaking the Case with Jennifer Coffindaffer. For anybody not at that channel, please go over there and hit a subscribe to it. Thank you very much for her to support her. So man, you guys were talking on your channel the other day about the copium.
Yeah.
But wow, it's just unbelievable to watch. They're now thinking that all of them insisting that Hank just made this up yesterday about the feds. It can't be true because he's a liar. And
he made it up, or the other thing that I see kind of prevalently is, oh, good, now that it's over, they're going to indict people. They just have indictments under seal. It's delusional.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Are you here, Jen?
Yes, good morning.
Hi, Jen. Good morning.
I've been listening.
Oh, okay, good. So anything you'd like to add to what we were saying?
When it comes to this Fed investigation, it's perplexing at best. And I really think it just comes down to when people are told something over and over and over again, and particularly by the blogger, by the ex-DEA agent, by several other people who have absolutely no background in federal investigations, public corruption investigations, which the DEA agent did not have, and certainly the blogger doesn't have. They just make this up and repeat it so many times and make it salacious and interesting that people really believe it. And I think that they just cannot fathom it's not true.
Mm-hmm. So one of the interesting things, you guys can both respond to this. We'll go to Kate first. So yesterday we learned that on January 30th, which was a little more than a week after Josh Levy left office and the new U.S. attorney was in, I'm not sure if she was in yet. They may have been an interim person at that point. So you can correct me if I'm wrong. And actually, now that I think about it, she may not have been in yet. There may have been an interim person. But on January 30th, that office told both parties that the federal investigation was ongoing. And then when Attorney Little said this in court on February 18th, the U.S. Attorney's Office either reached out on their own or perhaps there was a phone call from Brennan. I don't know. But on the very next day, they reached out to the Mass State Police, the Norfolk County DA's office, and the Canton Police to say that their investigation was ended in all aspects and that there were going to be no charges. So what happened? Did that federal investigation actually end in those few weeks?
This is my suspicion, and this is, again, I'm not a federal agent, nor have I have ever been, but I have some experience trying to pull records from the federal government, right? And it's a very daunting task that usually ends in darkness, right? Because they have a lot of reasons not to hand over information. Their strongest reason not to hand over any information at all is an open and ongoing investigation. So foreseeably, they could cease actually actively investigating anything, but still consider it open. And that really, it's like it doesn't exist, right? Can't confirm or deny. If they close it, they can still deny public records requests, and that's happened to me. It was the DEA actually was one of the best examples where it was a 20-year-old drug bust case. I had the case number from the courts in California. I had all the information on the defendant. I definitively knew that this investigation, arrest, and subsequent charges had happened. The case went through its course. It was disposed of, with a plea deal. Like, absolutely non-negotiable. This happened, and I put in records to try to get information from the DEA, and I am told that they cannot release them because it would reveal investigative techniques and details, right? So I mean, no matter what, it's a really, really difficult task to get a lot of this information. The government's kind of a black hole for a lot of information, particularly if it's something that would compromise or embarrass them. But keeping it open really, really ensures that, right? They don't have to touch it at all. Sorry, no, can't confirm or deny, right? So I would assume that what happened was under Levy's leadership, they probably stopped investigating this in that summer where the last round, or I think it was February when they brought law enforcement in. After that, there's no evidence whatsoever of any sort of movement as far as investigation goes, right? That's probably when it was over. Let's just leave it open, just leave it open. And that way nobody can really sniff around. And then I think what happened was it kind of pushed, especially under the new leadership, pushed for some closure because the defense keeps invoking it in the media and court. And that's the opposite of what the government is trying to accomplish here, which is just sweeping everything under the rug.
Right. Jen?
Well, I've explained this, but I don't know that it necessarily is sinking in, and I would love to get, responses from you all. But because a case goes to the grand jury does not mean it's a viable case. This happens all the time. This happens more times than not, that an investigation can be conducted and the prosecutor never asks the grand jury whether there's a true bill or a no bill. In other words, they never ask for that, a vote. Okay. So you investigate, they realize, listen, there is nothing here. And then you just move on to other cases. For those who have never either been on a grand jury or testified at a grand jury, how grand juries work, they last all day long, and they hear dozens of cases throughout the day. An agent will come in and give a return of a subpoena. Another, law enforcement officer will talk a little bit about this case and that case and the other case. So they're listening to all these cases at one time, potentially. On this one, I don't know if this grand jury was supposed to be specifically pointed to just this investigation. I would doubt that, but it could have been. But no matter what, it doesn't mean that there's ever an end. In other words, it ends because you no longer give information, but you don't see a true bill or a no bill asked for. And that's what you had here. And this happened long ago, in my opinion.
See, the thing is, it's very simple to me. This is that when you suddenly have an investigation, we're told it's ongoing on January 30th, and then 3 weeks later, suddenly they say it's not. And in between that time, a new U.S. attorney takes over. To me, what changed, more than likely, was the change of administration. By that, I don't mean the president. I mean the U.S. attorney. So what changed? And so what that really indicates is that what was going on January 30th was dirty. it's an attempt to hide the truth from the public, or to hide things that are embarrassing to them, or evidence of potential wrongdoing. That to me is, this is to me is yet more proof that something was wrong with the Josh Levy administration. And on the 30th, Josh Levy was gone, but his assistants are still there. And so that's my opinion on this. I know that's not proved, but that's logical to me.
But I think that that's pretty, like, I mean, again, like, pretty common in this. I think, I'm sort of what I'm gleaning from what Jen is saying is that I'm probably assuming the right things here, which is, again, like, just because it's not actively being investigated, particularly if they don't even ask for a bail, you just kind of throw it in a pile somewhere, right? And it's just open. Like, not that it's active, but it's just open, it's ongoing, and that's a great way to keep there's no flow of information, as well as, I don't know, maybe they thought that if they waited 6 months, 5 years, like, maybe something else will pop up. It's not. And then you get this new leadership in, you get Foley in here. And I think that I really do. I think that it's a fair inference to make that the federal government did not appreciate the way that it was continually being invoked, because any time that there has been any sort of reaction, whether it be that one, comment that they made to the press, or the closing of this investigation, and then the permission for the, prosecutors to say this in open court, it's always spurred by the defense making these outlandish claims and invoking them to try to benefit. So I think that's really what pushed it, was that Foley gets in and says, all right, this investigation went nowhere. It's going nowhere. I could leave it open, but the more that I leave it open, the more that these jackasses are bringing it up in court. They're trying to drag us in the middle of something that we have nothing to do with. Case closed, nothing there. Go ahead and release it, right? And that's their way of sort of washing their hands of it completely. Whereas in a normal circumstance, in a different circumstance, they could just leave that open indefinitely and nobody's sniffing around to it. I really think that's what happened.
Well, to be clear, I'm not talking about it's open in that grand jury. It just literally dies, and the prosecution stops their grand jury investigation. In other words, presenting evidence to the grand jury for them to consider. It stops, and that's what's happened. But I do agree 100% with Kevin that the changing of the guard, who's in charge, that made them make a public statement. Because even though I think it had stopped long before that, I don't think Josh Levy wanted to come out and say anything about it, because he's got egg on his face that this
exactly. Let's not pretend that these guys aren't. They're incredibly media sensitive. Josh Levy's doing a press conference every week when he's in there, right?
Right. They
are fully aware of what mob was stirred up, of the coverage this case was getting, and the impact that the way the defense was exploiting the existence of the federal investigation to make it seem, and even making a lot of false statements or suspect statements, like David Yanni saying that that the 227 search was confirmed by the FBI. There's no evidence of that. and there's no way that Josh Levy and his henchmen weren't aware of that. They're extremely media sensitive. So I don't think this is one of those situations where this was just innocently put into a back folder in case something new developed, because they understood the impact that this was having on justice and on innocent witnesses here. They fully understood it. They had ignored those witnesses when they asked for help. So I believe it's another sign that they were embarrassed, and they used this as a cover-up kind of tool.
And I just want to clarify that I'm not saying that, it's innocent, like, innocently putting it on the back burner. I don't think that there was ever any reasonable expectation that something else would come up. But I do know that that is a great way, again, to really sweep that under the rug. Open investigation, open investigation, open investigation. Because you literally, like, with what little you can get after an investigation closes, and I mean little, you can get even less if it's still considered open. And I do think that this whole thing comes down to, unfortunately, the people in our government here, sorry, but the federal government, I don't mean individual people. I don't mean like, FBI
Yeah.
agents but I mean like the leadership are
Right.
driven by headlines. And I think this is a
Yes.
prime example of Josh Levy. He did. I said that the other day. He loved his press conferences, was always doing them, always wanted to be that guy. I think he selfishly saw an opportunity here to make headlines and then quickly realized once he started, acquiescing and looking into this, that there was nothing there. And then it was
Not
just
quickly.
a job to,
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. I'm sorry, go
relatively
ahead.
quickly. I
Yeah.
would say, like, in the matter of, I think that the active part of this investigation that we can track down, where they were actually actively investigating anything, was like 6 months. That is that's pretty quick, as far as this stuff goes. That's pretty quick. It's not like
Well,
this drug on for years.
Well, they seem to have got, so we know that in November of 2022, they subpoenaed the communications of all the people that the defense pointed to as third part of the conspiracy. But then in addition, and I don't know if you have different information on this, Kate, but my most recent understanding is that it was September of 2023. So after most of the grand jury testimony was done, that the federal grand jury testimony, that they got probable cause, they got warrants, so they got probable cause for the content of the communications of almost everybody in the house.
Right.
So that's still pretty late. Now, you might make the case that at this point, Josh Levy knew there was no conspiracy, but was just desperately grasping for some reason to justify his investigation. I don't know. But they did look hard into this for a pretty long amount of time, and they were brutal to Michael Proctor in their treatment of him. So, I mean, they were allegedly, we don't know for sure, but allegedly, according to Turtle Boy and Karen, having a teleconference call in November of November of 2023, just months before the trial, to suggest a postponement. And I would say that's
I don't know if I
consistent
believe
with
that.
everything.
I don't know if I believe that anymore, though. I mean, again, because Karen is someone who I'm really looking at it more and more going, she's a fraud. And this is, I mean, I've been working on a project kind of highlighting this, but I think there's a lot of smoke and mirrors and illusions that she's put up. She's somebody who is very proud of, she feels like she's coming from a place of power now. That's her words, not mine. And I think, the more that you look at it, the more that you realize that this power that she has is completely manufactured. It's not organic. It's not real.
Yeah.
And I could see her absolutely lying about this supposed weekend conference call asking for a postponement because she knew the media was going to be covering this. And how did she know the media was going to be covering this? Presumably because they were the ones sending out these letters that they got in Discovery, right? Because nothing else ever came out indicating that there was a source within the federal government or anything like that at all. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that this all came from the defense. So, I mean, what she used as proof of this conversation was the fact that the media was going to be covering this, but she knew that independent of the federal government. So I don't know. She's a liar. That's one thing that is non-negotiable. Yeah.
Let me just push back very, very briefly on that, and then then we'll go to Jen. But notice that neither Karen's attorneys or the U.S. Attorney's Office has denied that conversation. So, I don't know. Just something to factor in.
Either.
What's that?
They've never been confronted with it either. Like, I mean, the U.S. attorney's often going to confirm or deny anything. So like, that their silence means nothing on either end, right? Like you're left to piece it together on your own. But as far as Karen's attorneys, they've never been in a position to confirm or deny it. So I don't think, and again, like her attorneys are obviously liars as well. Like that's been established. And, are they going to go out and correct every single time that Karen lies to the media or lies to her little friends and henchmen? No. I mean, historically, they have not. This is the same woman that said, 2 years ago, this coming June, indictments are coming down. Michael Morrissey's the target, this, that, all lies. All lies.
And just, Jen, before I just have to address a chat issue. So Turtle Boy's been in chat, and I've been putting him in timeout. I don't know if you guys do on your channel, and he's getting upset about it. But it's because he's talking about blowjobs and dicks and stuff like that. We don't want that here, all right, Turtle Boy? And at one point, he said, no one puts Turtle Boy in timeout. What are you, the Roman Emperor?
That's probably it's a fake Turtle Boy, I think.
It could be, but is your level of narcissism that deep? I don't know. But he does come in too, so I don't know. So who knows? Anyways, Jen, I'm sorry. We've had you quiet for too long. react to anything we're saying.
No, that's fine. I mean, what I really like about this case is so many locals, like not only yourselves, but of course Tuesday, Gazette, Carrie Lama, Julie Carpenter. So many people have really not only taken an interest in the case, but dug deep, because it's your community, it's your Commonwealth, and for you all to sit and watch what's happening with the blogger, with these notices that are being mailed out, with the obvious trying to taint the jury pool. And I don't say that lightly. I'm really just quoting the blogger. I posted it within the last couple of days. He himself saying, Michael Morrissey, do you see what we're doing? We are going to taint your jury pool. It's not like, as an example, to me on YouTube, it's such a big audience all over the country, all over the world, right? Not that we have huge audiences, but YouTube generally, right? You're reaching lots of different people. They are focusing in on where the jurors will be selected from. And, and just be driving down the street and hear them on their megaphones. It's so wrong what's happening. They need to choose the jury from Boston. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's wrong. It'll be a travesty of justice if it's not done.
I'll just bring up real quick, Kate. Here's the flyer here. We don't know if they're mailing these out, stuffing them in, but they're trying to directly influence the jury pool here.
And these are lies printed. Like, that's the thing that's most egregious to me, is like these are patently false statements that are being printed and sent and allegedly sent around. I know that it's been posted. One person claims to have gotten in the mail. Again, I don't know how widespread it is. I would hope that the prosecutor sees this, like, just in case. But
it should be mail fraud.
So Court TV's thing is saying that the hearing is expected to begin around noon, so about a half hour from now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm just reading through each of the details. Hopefully your audience was able to read through each of those, but I think they're important to note. When Kate says they're false, reading through them, the lion's share are just patently false, and the others are misleading.
Yeah. I can pull it up and read each line if you like. I know people get nervous if they don't see the screen up. Kate is better with the technology. She knows how to put both the screen for the hearing up and this, but
when I do a live, and I've actually, people are, can't you post pictures of people, and can't you do this? I get so engaged in the conversation. I don't do any of the technical stuff. I probably should get better at it someday when it's more full time.
There's this new feature on here now. Did you see this, Kate? It's called Scenes or something like that. I have to play around with that and see what that does.
I'm still against StreamYard. They wanted to charge me $88 a month, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna stay with Streamlab OBS. Actually, like, I know the ease of having guests on is a major plus. Like, it's a little bit of a pain to kind of work around it in Streamlabs, but otherwise Streamlabs is superior in every single way.
The one I pay for is $47 a month, and it allows, I don't know, 3 or 4 different channels to go on.
That's still outrageous to me. Outrageous, I tell you.
It is, and the donations and the memberships goes towards that. That's so it makes it easier for me to do other things. But I'm curious. So there's this new thing where you can add scenes. It shows up on the left-hand side, but I haven't had a chance to play around with it because it's just I'm not sure what it really does. But at least they're finally adding, for all that money you pay, they're adding a few new features. They now have a thing too where it uses AI to create clips of your show as long as it's under 2 hours.
I saw that, and they said they wanted to create clips. I clicked yes, and I don't know what happened. I never got any clips.
So if there'll be, I tried it. Yeah, as long as the show is 2 hours or under, and I did it, and the AI selects like 10 different clips to make. And not all of them are useless, but it's a nice new feature. So anyways, on this flyer says a friendly reminder. Item 1. All right, so it's the title of it is Reasons Smart Citizens Know Karen Reed is Innocent. Item 1. Experts hired by the FBI concluded that John O'Keefe was not hit by Karen's car or any motor vehicle. You guys want to react to that?
I think we should just each react to these. I'm going to say really quickly. Leave the FBI out of it. This was a DOJ, U.S. Attorney's Office pushed case, and it went before the grand jury. It wasn't like, as far as I know, you didn't have the FBI agents going out and interviewing. You had agents under subpoena. I'm sorry, you had witnesses under subpoena by the grand jury to show up. This is so different from your normal FBI investigation. I also wanted to say really quickly, not to digress, but when you talked before about search warrants, to get records, as far as I know, they weren't search warrants. I think they were subpoenas. There's 3 different ways to get records, right? One is administrative subpoena, where I sit at my desk, I literally type it off, my supervisor signs off on it, and I get to send it for records. Those are typically in drug and organized crime investigations. There are grand jury subpoenas, like what I believe happened here. And then there's search warrants. That's a whole nother level. So you don't need probable cause for a search warrant, for a subpoena. There's reasonable suspicion, which is the lowest level. So I just wanted to bring that up.
But they did later on for most of the people that were in the house extend this to get search warrants for the content of their phone. I know this. It's not been submitted in court. I know it. I'm sure Kate knows it too. So they would have had to provide probable cause for that.
For search warrants, definitely. Before judge.
Yeah. So, and then and I don't know if Kate wants to react to that first point on there, but also I think it's smart that they said FBI, although I understand why you don't like it because it's not accurate. But I think the average citizen out there, the letters FBI mean a lot more than DOJ, and certainly a lot more than USAO, So that's probably good strategy for them to use that. Kate? I'm not sure if Kate's here.
I guess. I mean, it's I don't know if necessarily it's tactical or because these people just don't really understand. That's the thing is, just in general, if you can get the federal government involved somehow, you can fool a lot of people. People take that very seriously and have a very low understanding of how that works or what it means. And so you really can. I like how, Brennan keeps calling it the boogeyman. You really can create a specter with this, right? Because it's so outside of the, experiences and understanding of the general public that you can really create this shadow and fill it with a lot. And nobody's any wiser about it. Just those 3 letters, you invoke them, suddenly it sounds very serious. The FBI, DOJ, any of that stuff. It sounds a lot more foreboding than this really was.
Than DOJ. Right. Than an FBI investigation.
Yeah.
Sounds more so than.
There's no TV show named DOJ, so the FBI definitely has that cachet, So do you think, Kate, that there's a chance we'll actually hear some of that Gretchen Voss audio today in the hearing?
I don't know.
That would be just amazing, and shows that I'm not saying he's breaking any rules, but I think that Hank Brennan is aware that there is a public relations battle going here. There's that you has to be aware of that aspect of it, that this is what the defense is doing. So if he's got an excuse to put that in this hearing, it's important that he does it.
Well, I think more what I'm reading from it, and I think that Hank Brennan is aware of what's going on. I don't think it drives him. He does show, he doesn't just talk about a vested interest in her, Miss Reed having a fair trial. He does show it, right? He really does seem to be focused around equity and fair play. And again, I think that, tossing out that the federal investigation is over.
Yeah.
Is he aware it's going to go to the media? Yeah, Probably. Does he also
Right.
want to put that to bed because it keeps coming up in court and it's unfair? Yes.
Right.
And I think the same goes with this. They are bringing up, they're asking for it pretty much, in my opinion.
They open the door. They open the door,
Right.
right?
Repeatedly. And now, Brennan is like, let's just shut it already. So I'm sure
Right.
that he is cognizant that this, will generate some headlines, but I don't think that, whereas the defense is driven by that, I don't think Brennan is driven by that. I think
Right.
he's driven more about, like, we need to shut down a lot of these issues.
Right.
The same thing with, I am very offended that, maybe offended isn't the word. I'm irritated and disturbed to hear Vinnie Politan up on Melanie Little's stream talking about how Brennan is unfair and he is, trying this like a defense attorney, and he's trying to get Karen's lawyers kicked off. And, why doesn't he want the truth out there? Why is he trying to throw out, expert witnesses? Like, that's not accurate, though. That's not what Brennan is trying to do at all. And even with the expert witnesses, it's not like he is just arbitrarily like, you shouldn't have anyone testify. He's trying to limit or eliminate these false flags that are being thrown out, that he tests, that he goes out and tests and comes back and says, yep, I've conferred, I've got these reports here, this is outside of the realm of what is realistic and feasible, they're lying. And he's trying to do, again, so that there is a fair trial. And I think that when he talks about representing the Commonwealth, it's more so than other cases, even because the fact of the matter is, as citizens of this Commonwealth, we have all been aggrieved in this as well. This is a direct attack on our criminal justice system. That's a lot. He's got a lot on his shoulders here. And I think that we are blessed with this vigorous advocacy from Brennan, but I don't think that it crosses over into anything that is nefarious, unfair. You know what I mean? I don't see that.
Right. Jen? And he's clearly not creating any falsehoods. That's whereas the defense is trying to create these specters and trying to mislead the public in a lot of ways. So let's just call it a spade, whether it's, library gaps or non-human hairs. This has been their strategy since day one. And maybe there's a little bit of room for that for a defense team than there would be for a prosecution. That is supposed to be the goal of the prosecution. Vinny actually stated this pretty well on another episode of his show during the week, that the prosecution is tasked with getting to the truth, whereas the defense is tasked with getting the client off. And that's just a common sense thing that people have to understand. Now, Vinny last night on the show said that he claimed that the prosecution, that Hank Brennan was trying to get Karen's attorneys removed. And I corrected him. I said, no, there's no evidence of that. He hasn't asked for that. And I don't even think he wants that. I think he wants this trial to go off on April 1st as much as anybody. So, I mean, what the real game is, I think he's trying to get clarity. And in particular on this issue, he wants to stop the defense from going out there and keep saying that the ARCA guys are independent. They're defense experts, just like any other expert, and they have the same biases.
And it's a huge issue. And I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, well, how are we just getting? Can we just cut to the chase? They lied to a judge. Okay,
exactly.
They lied to a judge, and we're talking about all these other things. Oh, they want ARCA off. They lied to a judge. This would never happen in federal court. They would be in so much trouble. It's always weird to me when I see what can happen in state court and what these judges let people and attorneys get away with it. It's sickening. And that's what they did. And that's a fact.
And that's exactly, I had tagged Vinnie Politan actually on Twitter because obviously he knows who I am. I think, I probably cut a little bit too deep for his thin skin. No disrespect. I know you guys have a working relationship with him. I do not, nor do I want one. But, what is he trying to insinuate with this? This was an issue of candor to the court and a Rule 14 violation. Is he insinuating that the ethical and just thing for the prosecutor to do would be just not to apprise the court of this issue? This is, again, it is an issue of candor to the court. It is an issue of, not just late disclosures of reciprocal discovery, but, disclosures that were essentially made at gunpoint and were purposefully hidden. Like these are huge issues. Anyone on either, if the prosecutors did that, would the defense be then, in error? Would it be wrong of them to alert the court of that? No. They're doing things, and as much as Free Karen Reed crows about the prosecutor being, dishonest and dirty and all this stuff, there's only one side of this that's ever, actually gotten dragged into court over candor issues. There's only one side of this that's ever been reprimanded by the judge for, issues of candor. And it's not the prosecution. And it's certainly not because the judge is biased at all. That's a ridiculous claim that doesn't hold water at all, especially if you go back and look at her rulings. She's been more than fair to this defense, and she's put up with a lot.
Right.
The only time that we've actually had concrete, provable, documented issues of dishonesty, it's come from the defense.
So we'll go to the second item on the list, but I just want to say, as far as Vinny, one thing to keep in mind is that he's covering multiple cases for a TV program at a time. So he doesn't probably have that same in-depth knowledge of, and well, Jen has the same problem too, because I'm saying the same challenge where Jen Coffeneffer is covering multiple cases at the same time. So it's a little bit more challenge for them.
But she knows what's going on in the cases
Right.
that she's covering would be the difference there from Vinnie Politan, respectfully.
Right. Right. And I for whatever reason, I think Vinny has developed a friendship with Nick. So maybe he may be getting more information from Nick, and that unintentionally colors some of his view. But all right, let's go on to the next piece on this flyer that either was sent around or is being sent around with the purpose of the stated purpose, because they talked about working on this a few weeks ago, to try to influence the jury pool. So the next on the list was no pieces of Karen's taillight were found at the scene when Officer O'Keefe's body was found. Jen?
Blatant lie. Blatant falsehood. You can show the pictures of that SRT team being out there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have them, Kevin, and them digging through and
I do somewhere, but
and the other one on number 1, you could dig through and find where the Arca Wolf, where he actually said, yeah, it's possible the car hit him. Everybody, I've posted that on Twitter. I've posted the pieces many times. People just want to, I guess it's because they say at the scene where Officer O'Keefe was found. That's just false.
Right. I think the issue here is the Canton police didn't find any pieces.
But they say no pieces of Karen's light were found at the scene when his body was found.
Right. So the state police didn't search till much later. But at that time, the Canton police searched and they didn't find the pieces. This is when I talked to Turtle Boy on the phone a couple of years ago. This was his main reason for believing there was a conspiracy. So go ahead. You can take this on, Kate.
Yeah, again, that's just, outright lie. No. Misstatement of, the facts. Yes, it's missing a lot of context there, namely that the state police have jurisdiction over all homicide and unattended deaths. The Canton police do not. It looks like they just did kind of a cursory search around the immediate area where the body was found, where John was found, and didn't find anything right there. Within the 24-hour period after he was found, those pieces started to be found, and obviously there was a blizzard and the things that they're leaving out.
Yeah.
And again, like, this is completely improper either way, because that's all the stuff that would come out during trial. That's why you're supposed to make your determination as a juror from the information that you get during trial, right? Not from a pink flyer.
And of course, the reason was the Canton police never took a shovel to the scene, ever. They just searched with a leaf blower, very cleverly, I think, only in the area where John was found. The taillight pieces were buried 3 feet down. Well, eventually they'd be buried 3 feet down, but they were already, at the time the Canton police were there. You could look at, see, when I was watching this trial, when we saw Officer Sharaf's video, his dash cam video, the first thing I wanted to see was how big were the plow banks. And you could see they're about 1.5 feet tall. So that's where those pieces were found, buried within those plow banks. And so the Canton police were never going to find them unless they took a shovel to the scene. And they never were going to take a shovel to the scene because they knew it was going to be a state police investigation. So it's not really a mystery. But I can see where it seems like a mystery until you know the explanation. All right. The next one is the lead investigator said the owner of the home where John's body was found on the lawn would not get in trouble because he was a Boston cop too. So this is Michael Proctor saying this.
False. It's not. They're missing. They take nope. Guy was a Boston cop too. By all accounts, he did nothing wrong. That's the text that they constantly strip from that, right? So that's patently false, right? Like, it's not true. At no point did Michael Proctor say he's not going to get in any trouble because he's a cop. He's a cop who did nothing wrong. Like that, the he did nothing wrong part is the part that's pertinent there.
Mm-hmm. Jen, you have any thoughts on that? All right, so I'll move on to the next one. The lead investigator, a family friend of the homeowner, was offered a gift when Karen was arrested. So that's, again, Proctor.
It's just so out of context.
Yeah.
Out of context. Yes, was there a mention of something to the degree of, oh, I really appreciate all the hard work you did. And I can't remember the exact quote, but I'd love to get you a little. I can't remember the exact quote, but it was so innocuous. And to me, it was just a sign of gratefulness.
Right. Exactly. And, in another context, you could look at this and say, all right, hey, that speeding ticket got fixed. What happened there? But you have to look at the fundamental evidence here. And as I've always said, and Kate knows when we first talked back in September of 2023, I wanted to know the timeline. And so whatever you think, if Proctor might have had some bias here or some desire to help somebody here, there's no evidence of that. But in addition, the timeline just did not allow for that vehicle to be tampered with in time to get those pieces that were found by the CERT team later on. So those pieces were buried in the snow, and the Lexus was all day either under video surveillance or Karen was within the vehicle until it was towed. And then when it was towed, but a half hour before it even arrived at the Sally Port, the CERT team was setting up. WBZ News was there. There was just no way to plant the evidence. I don't know if anybody wants to respond to that. If not, I'll move on.
I agree.
No evidence planting. If there would have been evidence planting, we would see an FBI indictment of somebody for public corruption violations. So,
right. Next on the list, the lead investigator lied about the time Karen's SUV was taken into custody, and no photos were taken at that time. Just to remind people in the audience, so what was described as a Scrivener error. At one point in the initial report, the troopers said the vehicle was towed at 5:30, but in actuality, it was towed just before 4:30. And we might look at us as civilians and not understanding how police investigations work and say, why didn't they take a photo in Dighton? But I don't think that that's part of the policy for individual troopers, even detectives, to take photos. That's something that is documented by the CARS team, specialized team that comes in later. So I don't think they would have ever thought of that. Is what I would say to that. But and as far as the mistake on the time, it's just a mistake on the time,
Right. Yeah, again, like these, and it's not like it's to the hour, right? The mistake on the time. So I think at one point they had blamed daylight savings, and it could be that he hadn't switched a clock in his office, right? Looks up at the time, and so I mean, it would be a little bit. If it was 3 hours off, if it was 2 hours and some minutes off, that would be a little bit more like eyebrow raising, I think. But the fact that it's to the hour, I think, really supports that this was just a bit of confusion. And that's the thing, is like in this case in particular, such superhuman standards have been applied to every single investigator and witness as far as recollection goes. It's not. I could tell you what time I got up approximately yesterday, but not to the minute. It's just not, your brain can only hold so much information.
Right.
I'm going to bring an analogy on the Gene Hackman case for those of you who are following this. In a sworn affidavit, the affiant before the judge swore that a German Shepherd died in a closet. when really it was another type of dog that died in a cage.
Right.
So
it wasn't even a German Shepherd. I didn't know that.
It wasn't even a German Shepherd. It was another mix of a dog. It was a dog, a breed I had never heard of. But in any event, it was wrong. And people, one thing I want to make clear about affidavits, literally the affiant half the time didn't firsthand see anything. They are literally debriefing from other people that were there, from who saw what, from what they were told, and they're typing it all up. Koberger is another. He didn't do any of that work. Everybody else did it, and they're just putting it on paper. And so mistakes are made because no police officers they're all human, and they make errors. And a 1 hour error that I would argue benefits it benefited the defense being an hour later.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so next on the flyer, and just so people know, I guess the hearing is expected to start at noon, so 9 minutes from now, and I do have that on another screen, so we won't miss anything. So next on the list was 8 people. 8 people did not see Officer O'Keefe next to the road when they left the party, nor did the plow driver.
That's the point. That's, to me, is a perfect point. First of all, they're forgetting about Julie Nagel, I believe, that said she did see what she described as a blob. She thought she saw something a little out of sorts. Remember, everybody was drinking. It was freezing out. The wind was blowing, and their cars were in the opposite direction of the body, and the body was in darkness. If you look, that would be very difficult to see, especially when you're trying to navigate ice and a wet sidewalk and get as quickly as you can to your car in the middle of the night. That's just facts.
Yeah. Kate, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I've temporarily lost my dog in the dark in the yard. Not lost him, right? But I'm saying, you'd call his name, and then all of a sudden you see some movement. Like, oh shit, I didn't realize you were right there. Like, it was dark, it's late, it's cold, right? Exactly. You're not always going to see something that you're not looking for.
Right.
Look at the Where's Waldo games. That's another example of, right? They put all these images in there, and then, it's an exercise in your concentration to be able to look through the noise and zero in on individual objects. It's not something that your brain just default does, right? Like, takes some concentration a lot of the time, and there was no reason for anyone to believe that anything was amiss. So they're not looking for it.
Right. I try to use the example that the way peripheral vision works is you drive to the store a couple miles away and you're going through a residential area, whether it's a day or at night, but your brain is, so let's say it's during the day, your brain is processing in a behind the scenes kind of way, tens of thousands of objects in every yard and bushes and trees and all the stuff there. And it doesn't flag it to your conscious mind because you'd be overwhelmed by that. It only wants to flag something that, hey, this is important here, check this out. So that would be generally something that's moving. Unmoving objects generally are not flagged to our conscious mind. There's nothing unusual about them. So you're driving at night and you're just seeing a bunch of shadows in yards and stuff like that. You're not going to turn towards every one. There's countless of them. So, but if something is moving, then all of a sudden your brain is going to say, hey, there's something moving on the lawn there. So I just don't think, and it's important. I think Jen just kind of pointed this out too, that Lucky also plowed, according to his testimony. I mean, he seems to be confused on time sometimes, but at 5:30, and he didn't see John then.
Right, exactly.
All right, so next on the list was someone that was inside the home Googled how long to die in the cold before John was found outside. I guess there's no point addressing that one, but
False.
Right. Video evidence is missing from the Canton police. So let's discuss that. It is a little bit unusual here. No, it's more than it. In other contexts, we might find it suspicious that this video clips all come out right before the trial, and then some come out after the trial, and then some come out as recently as the end of this January, and that it was, supposedly there was in a prosecution's paper file that was, that they weren't aware of. So let's talk about that.
I actually think it's a completely feasible explanation. I think, that's a Rule 14 violation. So, they'll have to do it. But again, I don't see it as being dishonest or nefarious as much as I think that it was an overwhelmed prosecution. I
Yeah.
think that some of that is by design as far as the defense goes. I think that sometimes they do like to bury them with bullshit, because they have a hard time keeping track of it all. The videos don't sound like they're particularly exculpatory or inculpatory, right? And I mean, I don't think that when you're looking for trial prep, that the video of the car being secured in the Sally port is going to, be what's in, not at the forefront, right? Because I don't think that
Yeah.
that's something that either side would really be able to use for. And so it looks like it's just like a, innocent, but it's an innocent oversight that's definitely a discovery violation. I don't think it's. I mean, I would bet the farm that it's not a case-ending violation, and that it's probably remedied just by virtue of the fact that they have it now. And I think Hank really did lay out why it's not. He minimized it. I read the response, and I saw that he did kind of fall on the sword, so to speak, right? Like, yep, we made a mistake. This is a violation. There's no getting around that. But
Right.
he did a decent job of minimizing the importance. It's not a Brady violation, I'll tell you that much.
Right.
As much as they like to
Right.
scream about it, there's no evidence to suggest that it was done knowingly. There's
Right.
no benefit that you can glean from them, hiding this footage or refusing to turn it over, and it was turned over. So,
Yeah. Jen, what do you think? Have you seen anything similar to this before? Not sure if Jen is still here. So yeah, I mean, I think Hank did a very good job in that this evidence is not material, definitely not exculpatory, and probably might be inculpatory if they can. So we know that the state has now worked with some experts to clean up the video. So hopefully it's going to be a little bit more clear. We'll see if that turns out to be the case. But it is, if you just looked at a case from that 3,000 to flyover view and you say this evidence is still coming out piecemeal and stuff like that, you say that looks like a problem. But you can also say, if there was a conspiracy, why would it come out at all? Why wouldn't you just destroy that evidence? Like, if Hank finds a thumbnail in a paper folder in January, why not just throw it out if you're doing some kind of corruption? But he's doing the right thing. Oh shit, sucks. Here it is. We got to turn it over. There's nothing exculpatory in it, but now they're going to make a big beef about it. But he did the right thing. He turned it over. He did the ethical, honorable thing. There's nothing corrupt there. I'm
and
not
I
sure if
think
that
that's where, it ties into the Gretchen Voss interview and Karen's own a description of because I mean, they're really, again, throwing out a red herring and going, no, look over here. The video means absolutely nothing. There's video at 8:23 that it's broken. There's the ring cam photo, video from Meadows that shows that it's broken. Karen has admitted 1,000,000 times to 1,000,000 different people that it was broken. You have 2 eyewitnesses that saw it that morning around 5 o'clock that say that it was broken. You have the Dighton police officer that observed it as broken. Like, this is a point that is so hotly contested, and I still don't understand why, because it's one of those things that, as much as the defense likes to grandstand and try to play a part, semantics, cracked versus, broken, like stupid stuff like that, it's really, if you listen to everybody's accounts individually and match them up, it's actually not in dispute at all, right? They just want something to scream about. And so again, like, I recognize that is a Rule 14 violation. It's clear enough that even a simpleton like me can see that, but I don't think it's then if you contrast it to the very clear Rule 14 violation that the defense was just caught on, right? That they concede to as well. Both sides have taken responsibility for the respective Rule 14 violations anyway. But if you compare and contrast it, now you have a situation to where you can't say that you weren't aware of these communications, because a member of the defense team was having them, and they repeatedly lied and covered it up to the media, to individual people, to the court. And definitely there's a benefit to them in hiding this, right? Two very different things. One is, I think, a explainable oversight that comes from, I don't know if incompetence is the word that I would use, but an overwhelmed prosecution. And then you have another Rule 14 violation that comes with candor issues and looks quite intentional. So, I mean, just
Right.
something people should think about, I think.
Right. So there's 2 items left on this flyer. Security videos were not obtained from neighbors. Anybody want to take that one on?
My understanding is that they tried, and this is, again, Ashley Bell was a free Karen Reed person. It was reported by her early on that they approached her looking for Ring camera. So obviously they were looking for it. And the truth is, it just doesn't always exist. I've heard actually a piece of information about the camera across the street, that the issue there was that they were not paying for a subscription at the time.
Yeah, and most people don't, right? But the other thing is that, and I think the state police, if they could talk about this, would say this, and I don't have this from them, but I suspect maybe they can talk about it after the trial, is that the general limitation to where your Ring camera will pick up motion is anywhere from 25 to 35 feet. Now, there's some settings you can change on that, so it's going to vary a little bit, but that's generally what it is, because you wouldn't. So let's just say you lived on 34 Fairview, and the distance to the street is maybe 60, 70 feet. You don't want it picking up every car that goes by. You don't want that being recorded. You don't want to get alerts for that every time a car drives by or every time somebody walks their dog by. That's crazy. So you only want it when someone is driving into your driveway. And so you get alerted that way. So it's set that way. So people say, yeah, but it clearly the video can be seen from across the street. It has a long that's different. We're not talking about the distance that it can see. We're talking about the distance that it detects motion in order to make a recording or in order to notify you that there's someone out there. So the state police know this, so they can drive up the streets and look at the houses. So I'm going to guess that Ashley Bell's house, and it looks like it from the video that we've seen, her door, her Ring system is probably set closer to the street than most of the houses are. So they gave it a shot. I don't know if that explanation makes sense.
Right, exactly. And if they gave it a shot with her, then it's reasonable to infer that they gave it a shot with other people as well. And again,
Right.
this is not an episode of CSI, right?
Yeah.
Like, you
Yeah.
get the evidence that you get. I'm sure they would have loved to have video footage. I'm sure
Right.
they would have
Right.
loved that, right? Like,
Right.
but if it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. And again, I go back to, like, there are murders that occur that there are no witnesses, there are no video. Sometimes there's no body and people get
Yeah.
convicted, right? So, like,
Right.
these little, you cannot view these, questions that the defense tries to pull out in a vacuum. You have to weigh
Yeah.
it against all of the evidence. And all of the evidence clearly points to Karen Reed being criminally responsible on some level for John O'Keefe's death. It's really unassailable at this point.
And the last thing on the list was officials asked for phone records for Android, but not iPhones. I don't know if actually, no, there's a few more things on the list. Sorry. So I guess unless anybody has any thoughts on that, is that just an oversight by the state troopers?
I don't even know that that's accurate. I don't even know that that's
Yeah,
accurate.
right. I don't know either. I guess we'll have to ask Melanie Little.
I mean, honestly, that doesn't make any sense because they asked for phone records. Based on phone records, they have to get a warrant or they have to, have it
Right.
voluntarily given over. And
Right.
obviously they didn't try to get a lot of phone records, period, because they couldn't. And the defense came in later. You know that they weren't going after phone records. The defense came in later and started going after phone records, and they were
Right.
denied, which reinforces that the cops could not have done that, right? Like, it just
Yeah.
was like, it's not going to fly. So that doesn't make any sense to me at all. As I recall, I think there may have been a subpoena for geofence that included Apple, or not, maybe, I don't know if it included Apple or not. It might have been Google. I know at some point they had put out a subpoena for Google records, because that is in the case there. And I don't
Right.
think that was
Right.
necessarily exclusive, and or the way that they were handling geofencing or whatever else they were looking at only
Yeah.
dealt with Google, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That actually might be what they're talking about here. What this is in reference to is the geofence.
Right.
It's not 100%
Right.
clear, but I think that might be the case. Yeah. All right.
And I think
So
in that case it's Google because it goes through Google Maps. Yeah. Yeah.
right. Next on the list, John's wounds were not checked for DNA.
Yeah, no reason to.
Yep. Exactly. And there was no blood on Karen's SUV.
I mean, it was towed through a snowstorm, and there was still DNA on the taillight housing that matched John's to a 99.9% certainty. So there's that.
Yeah. Let's see. We're almost at the end. I think. Yeah. One more on the list. Oh no, this is and many more convenient coincidences. And then
Yeah,
so it
this is
says
just
go
yeah.
go to 34fairviewroad.com or Facebook at Justice for Officer O'Keefe and Karen Reed, the Turtle Boy official website.
Yeah,
So
that just means that simpleton ran out of shit to twist and was like, "Go talk to my simpleton friends, and they'll surely be able to fabricate some more for you." That's what that is right there.
and this is the thing that the public has to understand is that the majority of these things were completely debunked at trial and explained. And then other things, like butt dials and stuff, you're never going to get a fully satisfying explanation because it's a mystery to the people that it happened to. That's how a butt dial is. You're late at night, you call someone, you're not going to really remember exactly what it is. But so in any case, there's always going to be a certain amount of things that are not fully explained. But that's as you and I both always like to say, that's why you have to look to the totality of all the evidence and see what could be truly questioned and what can't be. What is the fundamental evidence? So are you getting any indications if they're anywhere close to starting? Are there any, like, has there any of is, have they walked into the
I'm at
courthouse
a
yet? Or?
disadvantage though. I'm handicapped today. I'm on the phone, not my computer, so I can't be searching around while I'm on here.
Yeah, I get it. One of my computers is not getting internet. Not sure what's going on. I'm trying to fix it while I'm doing this, but I do have two going, so not to worry. We'll have no problem making sure the stream is. These things are always dicey, Kate. Yesterday my mic cut out, and then like 20 seconds after it did, the video would cut out. And it happened like 3 times, but fortunately, I was able to add Matt to the stage, but I couldn't tell him. And he's like, "Can you guys hear me?" And then someone in chat said, "Yeah, we can hear you." So he just picked it up on his own and did it. Fortunately, it took me about.
Okay.
When I say I resolved it, I don't know what I did to resolve it. I reset it a few times, not the whole computer because I reset that. It just had to reset the browser. But I don't know, technology. It doesn't like me.
I do want to. I want to respond to Rainey in the comments and say it looks intentional to Kate because she wants it to be intentional, not because it actually looks that way. I'm assuming you're talking about the misrepresentations to the court. And I mean, like, again, you have to take yourself out of it and just objectively look at it. Like, that would be like if I called Kevin, Rainey, and then denied it to you, right? Like, am I intentionally lying about talking to Kevin? Yeah, because I was part of that conversation, right? And then you can draw your inferences as to why I'm lying about it from there. But like, I mean, it's again, like, just be objective about it. I understand that not everything is going to happen the way that I want it to be, or it always, I'm not always right. I'm right more often than most of Free Karen Reed at this point, if you go back and look at my track record, but I'm not always right.
Even the broken clocks are more right than them because
yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, as much as I get called, like, shoddy or I'm a liar or this and that, like, I mean, name one thing that I've said that hasn't been rooted in reality. The only thing they can pull up is that I projected that Karen would be reindicted and she hasn't been. But I was correct in the sense that they did convene a grand jury, right? So, like, I knew that was happening. And I would, again, on that same vein, say that, like, I am still, anticipating that at some point she'd be indicted. So, like, but no matter what, like, I've never been like just straight out wrong in any of this. Going back to, when I talked about Karen Reed and Aiden having communication and everybody was like, "You're lying." No, they're not. Well, look who ended up being right. They admitted it. When I said that they were communicating specifically on the Signal app, again, like, look who was right. Like, I don't have a bad track record at all here. It's not like I said, that people were getting indicted by the FBI for 2 years just to find out they were never even targeted. That would be embarrassing.
All right, so I found that comment that you were talking about from Rainey. So it looks intentional to Kate because she wants it to be intentional, not because it actually looks that way. Just because you see it that way, it doesn't make it so. All right, so I can address it a little bit though, Rainey. Now, let's compare this to the accusation that Hank Brennan lied when he said the feds had given him those emails and then corrected it 5 minutes later in the hearing. Why would you lie if you know it's going to be corrected a short time later, which is just going to be embarrassing to you? So we know that Hank didn't lie. That was just a mistake. Now let's compare that. Does that apply here? Well, these misrepresentations by Karen's defense to the court had a huge benefit for them because they were able to hide from the jury the fact that they were paying the ARCA guys and the fact that they had some level of prep with them. So that doesn't prove that they deliberately misrepresented these things, or whether you want to go to the fact that Attorney Little said the investigation was ongoing, or many of the other aspects of this. Not every one of these is necessarily an intentional lie, but most of them, if not all of them, on the defense, you can look at and say, well, if they did lie, we know why, because they thought A, they were going to get away with it, and B, it benefited from them. Right? Does that make sense?
Exactly.
So it's just something to consider, Rainey.
Hey, Kevin, I'm sorry
Yeah,
to do this to you, and I'll try
that's
to
okay.
come back. I gotta jump because I'll tell you, there might be something else kind of explosive happening today related to this case. I can't say
Okay.
anything other than that right now, but I'm gonna go try to figure out exactly what's happening. So,
Okay.
I
Well,
will try to come back.
keep me up to date by text if you can.
You got it. All right. Right.
Thank you. See you. All right, guys. So Kate is on the job, and if there's something new that we can report, she certainly will tell us. Um, Obviously, it might not be the case that we can report it. So I try to be very careful and responsible with any information I get. So, for instance, when I revealed that the federal investigation was over, I was very, very cautious, not first to make sure that the information was accurate and to get it from multiple sources, but then to make sure that it was okay to report it, that it wasn't going to hurt, harm anybody. And it was what they wanted, various people involved. So not that I don't make mistakes. I've learned a lot, but I still will make mistakes again. All right. So let's see. We got
Sworn
without
to under the
warning.
pains and penalties of perjury this 21st day of February 2025. So the fact, what you state as fact, that Lieutenant Fanning had control over and access to this jury is simply not true, Mr. Jackson. The only people who have any access to those jurors are the court officers in the Department of Security of the trial court in this courtroom. So I am going to ask you what your good faith basis is for that, and I'd like you to start there.
If the court recalls the discussion at sidebar, we were told for the very first time, Your Honor, about this issue concerning the juror and concerning the individual who reported information suggesting that there was some sort of misconduct at sidebar by the court with no additional information.
No, I didn't tell you about the role. I didn't know who it was.
I'm getting to that because that was the next conversation that we had. When we were told on the day of closing argument to approach sidebar, the court indicated through multi-level hearsay, we'll all agree that it was some sort of multi-level hearsay suggestion that there was some sort of misconduct by the jurors or by a specific juror. We pressed the issue at sidebar and asked who the source was. At that time, for the first time, we were told the name Lieutenant Fanning. We obviously recognized.
You were not, just so we're clear, you were not told that by me.
No, we were told that by, and I'm getting to that as well. We were told that by Ms. McLaughlin. She's the one that indicated that it was reported. I'm sorry. That's not right. That's not right. We pressed the issue on who was the source. I believe the court then inquired of one of the court officers.
Who are in charge of the jury?
Your Honor, I'm getting to that. I understand that. But if you'll allow me to make the argument and to indicate what as my declaration says, my good faith belief, based on reasonable belief, this is how we get there. We were then asked, or the court asked the court officer to join us at sidebar. He then indicated that it was Lieutenant Fanning. Ms. McLaughlin then went on to say, and by the way, he indicated that Lieutenant Fanning had reported this, supposedly gotten it from some unnamed or unidentified person. There was no evidence presented at the time. As the court knows, there was no declaration, there was no report, there was no supporting documentation whatsoever, no recording, even though this report to the court through the court officer from Lieutenant Fanning indicated that this juror may be, quote unquote, may be on a recording. And the court confronted that juror with that information. There was a brief colloquy with the juror where she said, not that I remember. No, that was the initial statement that she said in terms of any misconduct. No, I wasn't talking about the case. Over the defense's objection, this very potentially defense-friendly juror was then excused. During that discussion at sidebar, that's when Ms. McLaughlin explained for the very first time to the defense that who Lieutenant Fanning was in this circumstance. And she said that he was the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required, period, end quote. That sentence says a lot. It said a lot to me.
It does not say he has access to or control over the jurors.
It says that
And
he has.
I'm just going to stop you. I'll let you finish in a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Yannetti, as a Massachusetts practicing lawyer, knows that the court officers are in charge of the jurors. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
If there is a commander of the extensive security operations over the entire case, there is, Your Honor, no greater security operation than securing the jurors. That is sacrosanct. It's paramount among the security operations that the court embraces. And we were told, I didn't make it up, Ms. McLaughlin told us. We were told he was the commander, not part of a security operation that was outside the court, not part of a security operation that helped parking cars or making sure that citizens got in and out of the courtroom appropriately. We were told he was the commander of the extensive security operations in this case. It is reasonable to conclude from that statement that Fanning was either directly in charge of the jurors, which the court is now telling me he wasn't. Again,
you were told that at sidebar that day by Ms. McLaughlin.
No, we were not. We were told.
I have the transcript.
Well, Your Honor, what we were told is what his title was. Commander of the extensive security operations of the court. So we reasonably concluded that he was either directly in charge of the jurors or in charge of the people who were in charge of security of the jurors. But we were never allowed the opportunity to find out exactly what his role was because the court didn't take evidence, refused our request at the time in good faith. Both Mr. Yannetti and I asked the court to take evidence from Lieutenant Fanning.
I think it was Ms. Little.
I'm sorry?
I think it was Ms. Little who asked me to.
And what was the court's response? The court's response was to decline that invitation. We didn't take any evidence, which would have drawn down on the issue, so I wouldn't have to make reasonable conclusions. I would actually have the information. So, of course, that's one of the issues that is attendant to our motion to dismiss, because it seems wildly inappropriate. Here's what we do know about Lieutenant Fanning. Once his name was uttered, here's what we did know. He's among the troopers that is one of Michael Proctor's supervisors. He interviewed several prosecution witnesses who testified at trial against Miss Reed, including Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Bridget Meehan, Heather Maxson. He interviewed all of those individuals or took part in those interviews. Lieutenant Fanning was at the defendant's home and seized her cell phone in January of 2024, just months before the trial began. Lieutenant Fanning was included on the text chain where Trooper Proctor said he was going through my client's phone looking for nudes. And then his name comes up at sidebar as the commander of the extensive security operations attendant to this case, and he's the source to whom something was reported about juror misconduct. When you couple those two things together, that he's the commander of security and a person who supposedly, through hearsay, overheard a juror making statements about the case, and they have an entire myriad of individuals to whom they could report it. They report it to Fanning, and then Fanning reports it to the court officer who reports it to the court. It is not unreasonable to conclude that he was at least within the orbit of the security operations governing the jurors, which is exactly why we put it in our papers. And without additional information clarifying that, we have no way of knowing that he wasn't involved or didn't have any direct access to the jurors. If he didn't, he didn't. And that's a fact that everybody can agree on. But when we heard the information, the only reasonable conclusion we had, given the fact that he was the source of the information and he was defined as the commander of security over the entire case, not part of the case, the entire case, which includes the jury, that is a reasonable conclusion.
So you signed your affidavit 2 weeks ago when you already knew that he did not have any access to the jurors.
No, I didn't. I absolutely did
Signed
not.
and sworn under the pains and penalties of perjury this 21st day of February 2025.
Correct. On February 21st, 2025, we were still at the first time that it was mentioned that he had absolutely no access to the jurors. He never had any contact with the jurors is when we received our responsive documents from the opposition from the Commonwealth. In that document, they mentioned he never had any direct access. He didn't have indirect access. They make these claims with no verification, by the way, no declaration, no supporting evidence, no declaration from the attorneys who filed the opposition. That's the first time someone actually took the position that he had absolutely no access to any of the jurors, direct or indirect. So when we filed our papers, the information that I just told the court is the information we were working from.
I will let you move on. I can tell you, I'm really not satisfied with your answer, Mr. Jackson. Well, put it this way. Let's say it this way. So now that you know that he had absolutely no access to the jury, what's the nature of the conflict? How is your client's right to a fair trial jeopardized?
Is
now
there
that
evidence
you know it's not true?
Is there evidence? My question to the court is there evidence that he had absolutely no access, either direct or indirect, with any of the jurors? I don't know that to be true. I mean, I take the court at its word, obviously, clearly.
So we will move on from that, Mr. Jackson. We'll move on from that. So,
well, the court's asking what is our evidence of, or what's our indication of the impropriety of him being the person that actually reported this misconduct and ultimately leading to the exclusion of a very, very defense-friendly juror, or presumably a defense-friendly juror, and knowing at the same time that he was intimately involved in the prosecution of my client. That's the reason, because he was at least within the orbit of commanding, according to Ms. McLaughlin, commanding the extensive security services over this case. And he ends up, just ironically, who knew? He ends up being the source of the information that got that juror removed. That's awfully coincidental, Your Honor. And yes, that's the foundation on which we built our argument that shouldn't have happened. He certainly never, ever should have had any access, even in the orbit of the jurors, directly or indirectly. And the court never even inquired as to why he was the one receiving the report. Why Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who then reports it to the court officer, who then reports it to the court, who then removes the juror. That's an awfully straight line between Lieutenant Fanning, who has an interest in this case, and the removal of a juror. That's improper in our view. And that's why we put it in the papers, and that's why we argued it the way we did. Because we were working off of extremely reasonable beliefs based on information that was provided to us at sidebar in the court's presence.
all right. So that's your answer to my question.
That's my answer to
May I have a
the
moment
question.
to confer with counsel?
Yes.
All right, guys. So as far as I can tell, that sudden jump there when it suddenly came on, I've gone and looked at the Law and Crime Network, and it didn't start any earlier on that too. So for whatever reason, the court
Thank you
didn't
for that.
activate the
The
cameras
court
right away.
invoked Mr. Unetti and said, as local counsel, he knows this not to be true. Mr. Unetti just indicated to me that that's not quite the fact. And so Mr. Unetti, I think, should be able to at least address the court. As the court said yesterday, when we file something, we file it on behalf of everyone, including Mr. Unetti. So if the court would allow Mr. Unetti to explain what his experience is, that may elucidate on this issue.
If we have time later, go on with your argument.
I'm happy to, Your Honor, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. The cumulative discovery misconduct by the Commonwealth, as laid out in our moving papers through their agents, has been both egregious and pervasive. We've outlined most of these issues in our moving papers, all of these issues in our moving papers, but I want to concentrate my argument for the court this afternoon on the exculpatory Sally Port videos. I'm not waiving any of our arguments in the moving papers, but in the interest of time and focus, I think it bears upon the court at this point to consider most prominent Sally Port issue, or the Sally Port video issue. The Commonwealth, to start off with, two facts that are true. The Commonwealth cannot deny the untimely disclosure of critical exculpatory evidence. They cannot and they will not deny that untimely disclosure. And they also cannot deny that critical evidence was intentionally, not by some sort of mishap, but intentionally was withheld from us. So what do they do in their opposition? Most of the time they spend saying that the prosecutors themselves did not know. They had no actual knowledge. While they concede the unavoidable in their moving papers, which is that the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department both knew about the evidence and both withheld it. Conveniently, they throw much of this on the back of Michael Proctor. It was sort of to be expected. He's already damaged goods, so why not? And they also bring in a newly revealed sergeant, a sergeant by the name of DG Petro, who's already retired, gone from the police force, and who interestingly retired just 2 days after the Commonwealth's October 2024 disclosure revealing previously withheld Sally Port video.
I'm just going to ask, is he available, Mr. Brennan?
Not today, but he could be available.
I'm just curious. So he's still around?
He is,
Okay.
yes, and he's cooperative.
All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead.
Our motion illustrates that, and by the way, I'll walk through the videos that we did get and when we received them. Our motion illustrates that dismissal in this case is required because of the cumulative impact of clear-cut discovery violations, clear-cut, inexcusable Brady violations. And from a legal standpoint, the conduct in this case is so egregious, it's so pervasive, and it's so deliberate that prejudice must be presumed. We don't have to prove prejudice, it should be presumed. To begin, I want to start the issue by talking about the condition of Miss Reed's passenger taillight. The condition of that SUV passenger taillight at the time it was brought into the Sally Port at Canton PD is of critical importance. And that may be one of the most important facts in this entire case. It's important because we know as a fact now that not a single piece of taillight was ever recovered at 34 Fairview until after that vehicle was in the possession of Michael Proctor and the Massachusetts State Police. That is the foundation on which this entire argument is built. And it is an undisputed fact, although it wasn't undisputed for years. Other material facts that are not in dispute. The Sally Port video has been in the possession and custody and control of the Commonwealth since January 29th, 2022. That is a fact. It's also a fact that none of it, not one bit of it, was ever disclosed to the defense until April 4th, 2024. On April 4th, and I want to walk through what videos we did get and when. On April 4th, we got two videos. One was the Sally Port interior front wall. That was the video that was missing 42 minutes, which was the 42 minutes where the it would have shown the car being pulled into the Sally Port. And we also received a Canton Police Department driveway video with the SUV on the flatbed, which did not show the rear end of the car. On April 23rd, 2024, and by the way, April 4th, the court will recall, was just in the shadow of the beginning of the trial. On April 23rd, in the middle of the trial, we received another Sally Port interior back wall video. That was the video that is now sort of famously inverted. On October 10th, 2024, 2 days before Sergeant D.G. Petro retired, we received 4 videos: the Canton PD interior hallway, the Canton PD rear lot main side, the Canton PD rear lot cruiser side, and the Canton PD church side exterior Sally Port. And I highlight the word exterior because it becomes extremely important in just a moment. These are 4 videos, all of which show Brian Higgins in some way, shape, form, or fashion at the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022. Then on January 28th, 2025, the Canton Police Department main driveway side exterior Sally Port was given to us. It's a grainy and very wobbly video that nobody can sort of make heads or tails out of. You can see the general outline of a vehicle, but the condition or the quality is so bad that you can't tell what the condition of the taillight is, which is what we're interested in. And I bring this to the court's attention, or I highlight this, because this is the second exterior Sally Port video that we ever received. One on October 10th, one on January 28th, 2025. Then on Friday, this past Friday, something pretty remarkable happened. We just received a report from Sergeant Buchnick dated February 28th, which is 4 days ago, 5 days ago now. And he makes an important admission in that report for the very first time during all of this. He indicates that in May of 2024, during trial, he was, quote, provided with a thumb drive and the CD labeled with a Post-it note on my desk to review prior to testimony. He goes on to say, quote, at this time, I reviewed the video and I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior Sally Port. Exterior Sally Port. That means that the Massachusetts State Police not only had in their possession exterior Sally Port video, but they knew about it and were reviewing it during trial. But we didn't get any of it until, as I just said, October 10th, we got one. January 28th of this year, we got the other. So that was withheld from us for the entirety of the first trial and all the way until at least October 10th, possibly as late as January 25th. I'm sorry, January 2025. And they've now admitted that. But who else knew about this withheld video in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination.
So can I just ask, was this of better quality than anything you had had, or was it the same wobbly?
Same.
Okay.
Same. Wobbly, grainy, can't make heads or tails out of hardly any of it. No. The question is, who else knew about this? Did anybody else know about this being withheld from us in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination on June 6th, Trooper Buchnick admitted to reviewing video evidence with Mr. Lally in May of 2024 in prep for his testimony. Was that the video that they were reviewing together? Was it the exterior Sally Port video? We now know that Buchnick watched some sort of exterior Sally Port video. He admits it in this report that we just got 5 days ago. And we also know that he and Mr. Lally were reviewing video together before his testimony in May of 2024, because he admitted to that on cross-examination during trial. But I didn't have information about what he was reviewing because we didn't have the videos. So either they reviewed together the inverted video that was then played and knowingly presented false evidence to a jury and to this court, or they reviewed exterior Sally Port video and intentionally withheld it from us. This is binary. It could only happen one of two ways. Either it was the inverted video that they prepped on and then presented inverted video to the jury, which is a problem, or they reviewed external or exterior video and did not provide it to us intentionally. Either way, the withholding that evidence admitted to now by Trooper Buchnick was obviously egregious. It was obviously in error. It was obviously calculated. Another important material fact not in dispute: on April 10th, 2024, the DA certified disclosure of, quote, all evidence.
Sorry, can I just get back to that, what you were just discussing about May 2023?
Yes.
How is that exculpatory?
Because the videos themselves, as the court will see through the presentation of my oral argument, that the fact that those videos all just happened to either be grainy, wobbly, missing 42 minutes, or from the wrong angle and flipped backward, all tend to show that the Commonwealth doesn't want the condition of the taillight to be seen by anybody when it's pulled into the sally port. That is a reasonable inference. In other words, it's the cumulative effect of the bad videos that helps us. That's why it's exculpatory.
All right. And also, could you explain to me the prejudice?
I will get to, yes, I will get to the prejudice as I move through.
Now or no? If you can, if you're going to do it later, that's fine.
I will do it later. I will do it later. I think the prejudice is cumulative. Obviously, we didn't have the information that we needed to be able to cross-examine the witnesses that we needed to be able to cross-examine at the time that it was provided.
Okay.
It just very obviously, there were certain videos that were clear from some cameras on other days and other times, but these cameras that were late discovery that was provided to us just so happened to all go out. They all find their way to be defective in one way or another at the exact moment that we would need them. On April 10th, 2024, the DA filed its certification of giving us all evidence that they had in their possession, and that they had done a reasonable inquiry. Both of these, that certification was just flat not true. How could that be true? And we're still getting video evidence that is in their possession, custody, and control in October, in January. How could that possibly be true? It isn't true. And it's illuminating when you look closely at the Commonwealth's opposition to our motion. First and notably, the Commonwealth makes these broad statements couched as fact. They're bold pronouncements, and there's myriad excuses in their opposition paperwork. And it's backed up by next to nothing. Not a single exhibit at the time they filed their opposition. There's some exhibits that have been lately provided, including some exhibits just a few minutes ago that they're now adding to their exhibit list and to their opposition. But at the point of fact, at the time they filed their opposition, there was no factual support for any of its positions.
So are you pointing me to something specific, or are you just saying in general and you'll wrap it up?
In general, the only thing that they had attendant to their opposition was this joint affidavit that doesn't address any of the defense allegations at all. Contrast that with the defense motion, which was supported by nearly 20 fact exhibits. There may be a reason why they didn't support their positions with exhibits at the time. It's because the facts don't support the Commonwealth's position. These are indefensible and indisputable facts that I'm explaining to the court about the turning over of these Sally Port videos. Specifically turning to the Canton PD surveillance video. The opposition says, or reads, the Commonwealth provided the defense with a...
I just always like to read along. Where does it say it?
I don't have the page number.
Okay.
It's the point at which the Commonwealth indicates that they provided 90 photographs.
Okay.
Crime scene photographs in support of the vehicle in the Sally Port. That is a distraction. What they don't mention in their moving papers is that the date of those photos were all February 1st, 2022. There are no photographs from January 29th, 2022, when the vehicle was brought into the Sally Port. The only thing we would have would be the videos, the surveillance videos, all of which are somehow, some way defective and which were held in their possession in some instances for nearly 3 years before it was turned over to us. So it's the condition of the car at the time that it was brought into the Sally Port on January 29th at around 5:30 p.m. that matters. That's the only time that it matters. The other evidence referenced by the Commonwealth about a 5 a.m. ring video and Canton police cruiser at 8 a.m. and the independent observations of Dighton police officer Sergeant Barrows, they all corroborate the defendant's contention that the taillight was cracked and not shattered at the time it was brought in to the Sally Port. And we're still talking about the condition of the taillight, obviously, when it was brought into the Sally Port. The Commonwealth next mentions that Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team arrives at 32 Fairview Road at 4:56 p.m. They then go on to mention that he was preceded by another trooper at 4:54 p.m. and that the car got to the Sally Port at 5:30, suggesting, obviously, that the search began and taillight pieces were found before the car ever arrived. That would be interesting if it were true, but it's not true. It's a distortion of the truth. It doesn't matter when the CERT team actually arrived and drove up there and sat in their warm cars and waited for other team members. The last team member to arrive didn't arrive until 5:41, 11 minutes, long after the car had already been secured in the Sally Port, long after Trooper Michael Proctor had access to that passenger taillight. The first taillight piece was not seen or found or recovered until 5:45 p.m. after the vehicle's arrival at Canton PD. That was seen. We can see who's got access to the vehicle and who makes access to the vehicle in that inverted video. Once we turn it back around, it's very obvious. It's Michael Proctor milling about at the passenger taillight. These are important details to get right. The timing matters. The opposition claims that the defense theory is quote unquote evolving. They write that the defense quote struggles to establish how the condition of the defendant's broken taillight in Canton, in the Canton PD Sally Port is in fact exculpatory. How is that exculpatory? The condition of the taillight, that it was cracked and not shattered as it moved into the Sally Port. How do we struggle to describe that as exculpatory? Of course it's exculpatory. Of course having those videos withheld from us is prejudicial. There is no struggle. It's on the video, it's on the ring video that establishes that the right rear Lexus hit the back of the Chevy Traverse, cracking its taillight. The Commonwealth, pretty desperate to ignore that inconvenient fact or that inconvenient piece of video evidence, literally previously said in open court that the Lexus only got close to the Traverse, only to be completely impeached when everybody in the courtroom at trial saw that 5,000-pound Traverse jostle, its rear wheel jostle, under the impact of the SUV right at the right rear or the passenger side taillight. Now the Commonwealth, with no factual support, no factual underpinnings whatsoever, says, okay, hang on a second. It did hit it, but it didn't crack the taillight. So whose theory is evolving? Ours or the Commonwealth's? The defense has never wavered. We knew that Michael Proctor from the very beginning of this case had been lying about the time he first took possession of that SUV. He claimed that it was at 5:30. The court will recall this. We had litigation concerning this. He wrote it in at least 9 reports that we were able to count. 9 reports or affidavits. Those affidavits sworn under oath, and the Commonwealth repeated that time for nearly 2 years, even going so far as to argue to this court that the defense got it wrong, that we were wrong because we failed to calculate for daylight savings time. So the Commonwealth battled us, and this is something I think the court has to really weigh and balance the following conduct. The Commonwealth battled us for nearly 2 years on the singular issue of the time that the SUV got to the Sally Port. They finally took their medicine at some point and had to admit to the false time and chalked it up to a Scrivener's error in 9 separate documents, memorialized 9 separate times, some of them under oath. And all the while they were battling us on the time that it got there, no, the defense is all wet, they're wrong, they just didn't account for daylight savings time. Oh, no, this was just a little mistake, it's not a big deal, it was a Scrivener's error. And the entire time they're making both of these claims, they had video in their possession that established unequivocally that that car was in Michael Proctor's possession at 5:30 and pulled into the Sallyport at 5:30. They knew the time. They knew that he had retrieved it at 4:12 in the afternoon and not gotten it to the Sallyport until 5:30. So the Commonwealth was well aware in 2022, the Commonwealth and their agents were well aware in 2022 that the SUV got to the Sallyport, and that was the centerpiece of the defense case. They knew that the videos would directly impeach the lead investigator on this case, and they say that we struggle to explain the exculpatory nature of this evidence. It's not our struggle to explain it. It's their struggle to acknowledge it. Of course, that's exculpatory. It directly and unequivocally impeaches their lead investigator on one of the most important issues in the entire case. And that's only one aspect of the withheld videos that also is exculpatory. The other is the point at which it would show the condition of the taillight. In other words, when it's being pulled in to the Sallyport, would it show the condition of the taillight before Trooper Proctor had access to it in the Sallyport? That's what we've been seeking. The Commonwealth is well known from the beginning of this case that the defense has demanded all physical evidence be preserved. That is, this is not a game of Wordle. This is not something that's supposed to be parsed. All physical evidence be preserved. That's pretty straightforward. The Commonwealth shouldn't be in the business of withholding exculpatory evidence by playing some sort of a gotcha game with definitions of words. They knew what we meant. We don't actually know what the Commonwealth has, so we have to be as broad as we possibly can when asking for evidence to be preserved. So all physical evidence clearly includes the entirety of all the Sallyport videos. The Commonwealth parses words by saying, well, we never asked for the Commonwealth to preserve the CPD footage from the Sallyport because the Canton PD is not the crime scene. You asked for crime scene footage, and Canton PD is not the crime scene. Well, first, I think that's a disingenuous argument that plays right into that sort of gotcha that we've discussed. I think the Commonwealth is better than that. That's not what we should be doing in a trial for murder. And second, let's not forget that District Attorney Morrissey actually defended publicly Michael Proctor by explaining that when Michael Proctor said he responded to the crime scene, and of course we knew he didn't respond to 34 Fairview, DA Morrissey said, oh, he was talking about Canton PD, which is the crime scene. So they can't have it both ways. They write on page 4 of their opposition, quote, the trial prosecutor was not aware of the existence of surveillance video in the Canton Police Department's Sallyport until receiving the federal grand jury transcript of Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, end quote. So they've taken the position, look, we personally did not know anything about that Sallyport video existing until we received the federal grand jury paperwork showing that Michael Proctor testified to it. First, the Commonwealth has to know that that is not the state of the law in Massachusetts. Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department are both arms of the prosecution actively involved in the investigation of this case. Not one, but two separate agencies not only knew of the existence of the footage, but the lead investigator actually admitted to a federal grand jury that he pulled the footage at the start of the case. He pulled it all. And then he said he reviewed it all because that's what the case agent does. The Commonwealth cannot absolve themselves of the egregious and very obviously intentional discovery violations by Michael Proctor, by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, by saying, I personally didn't know about it. The cases are legion on that issue. Commonwealth versus Sleeper, 2002 case found at 435 Mass 581. And this is Hornbook law. Quote, a prosecutor's duty to disclose exculpatory information or exculpatory evidence extends to evidence in the possession of the police who participated in that investigation. And then Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14A1A, the prosecutor shall disclose information covered by mandatory discovery, provided it is in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor. Persons under the prosecutor's direction or control, or persons who have participated in investigating or evaluating the case and either regularly report to the prosecutor's office or have done so in this case. Michael Proctor worked out of the Norfolk DA's office, physical plant. There is no question that Michael Proctor and both agencies intentionally withheld that evidence. Let's talk about Michael Proctor's testimony before that grand jury. He was asked the following question. Are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes. Question, have you reviewed the footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time.
So do you have those page numbers for me?
I can get them for you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I didn't cite them in my notes.
Yeah, if Ms. Little can get them for you before you finish,
Of
that
course.
would be helpful for my review.
I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. Question, why did you review video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull. We pull a lot of video. It's on the case officer to watch it. By his own admission, Your Honor, Michael Proctor recognized himself in a video along with Sergeant Buchanan. That was likely the video that ended up being inverted by where Michael Proctor was by the passenger side taillight. And that was before any taillight material was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That is highly inculpatory of Michael Proctor. It is highly exculpatory of Karen Reed. Another point of fact, by his statement, Michael Proctor admitted that, quote, we pulled, end quote, the video. That video is on a 30-day overwrite. The Michael Proctor testimony in front of the federal grand jury is at page 79, lines 1 through 13.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Little.
Exhibit C is in Charlie.
Okay.
The video is on a 30-day overwrite, Your Honor. We all now know that. We didn't know that before just a few weeks ago. I don't expect that the Commonwealth knew that either. This is new to everybody, right? But you have to have pulled the video within the first 30 days to even be able to review it. We've been getting these videos in dribs and drabs for not months, but for years. Actually, it's been months. Hasn't been years. He further admitted that it shows the SUV arriving in the Sallyport at 5:30, which means he wrote those reports and signed those affidavits, the 9 that I was talking about earlier, with full knowledge that there existed a video that he had and had reviewed that proved he was lying. It doesn't get any more exculpatory than that. And that was the video, that was the very video that was withheld from us, from the defense, for 2.5 years until the middle of trial. The Commonwealth says the, quote, trial prosecutor, end quote, was not aware. It's becoming a relatively common refrain in the opposition. That's neither a defense nor a justification for blatant and egregious discovery violations by the Commonwealth and its agents. The fact that the trial prosecutor, whoever that is, it's an interesting use of a name, of a pronoun. I don't know who the trial prosecutor is, but apparently the trial prosecutor, according to the Commonwealth, didn't know anything about this. But that's not a defense. Who is the trial prosecutor? Is it Adam Lally? Is it Laura McLaughlin? Is it both of them? And why are they only referring to one trial prosecutor when there were clearly 2 in the courtroom? They make the statement with no factual support for that anywhere. Again, the only affidavit that was supplied was a type of affidavit I've never seen before, where it's signed under oath by 3 different people. So which sentence goes with which person under oath? The single declaration is odd, to say the least, but it certainly doesn't define who's responsible for what statement in that declaration. We certainly know that it was not Hank Brennan. He was not involved in the first trial, so it can't be him. The Commonwealth writes, quote, the prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers, end quote, but claimed that on April 4th, they promptly presented the defendant with 9 surveillance videos in its possession. The Commonwealth received the federal materials.
Were those all from the Canton Police Station?
I'm sorry.
Were those all from the Canton Police Station, those 9 videos?
My understanding is those were from the Canton surveillance. They're talking about the Canton. I didn't go back and audit which 9 they're talking about because I thought we only received 8, but I believe they're all from the Canton.
Ms. Little, were they all from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers, but on April 4th, they promptly presented it to the defense. The Commonwealth actually received the materials that highlighted the fact that these existed in February of 2024, probably around February 21st, 2024, because that's when both sides got all the federal materials. That is not prompt. We presume that Mr. Lally has daily communications or had daily communications with Michael Proctor as the investigator, the lead investigator on the biggest case that the Commonwealth, this office of the Commonwealth has seen in a long time. And it took 2 months to produce an incomplete production of these videos. We didn't even get all of them at the time. The Commonwealth writes, quote, the quality of the video is poor in certain portions. However, this is the condition it was recorded in. Says who? That's a fact question, one that needs to be answered. And it's an important question. Who says that the Commonwealth received these, or I'm sorry, who says that this is the condition that those videos were recorded in? We got no facts to support that whatsoever. And then the Commonwealth goes on and says, and that was the condition in which it was received by the prosecutor. That's also a fact question that needs to be answered. And these questions could be answered with a proper evidentiary hearing. The Commonwealth's representations about Louis Jutras, the technology director for Canton, being subject to cross-examination about the Canton PD video surveillance system is also just not true. They indicate, well, we had access to Louis Jutras and could have cross-examined him on all of these issues. Louis Jutras was called for a very specific reason, the town library video. We had no way of knowing at that time that he had any connection whatsoever with the Canton police video system. We were not told that until well after trial. That was never disclosed to us. And I think Mr. Brennan used this phrase not long ago, that would have been nice to know of Mr. Louis Jutras. The first time Louis Jutras was ever disclosed as the person who installed the cameras at Canton PD was in a report dated October 10th, 2024. According to Colleen Crawford, and the court's heard her name as well, one of the Commonwealth's experts, Jutras indicated that he replaced and disposed of the camera capturing the inverted video at some unidentified point between January 29, 2022, when the inverted video was actually taken, and July of 2024, because it was quote unquote defective. Interestingly, that's the only video that's clear. It's inverted, but at least it was clear. And that's the camera that, according to the Commonwealth, was replaced as defective. A week after filing its certificate of compliance, after the defense brought to the court's attention that 42 minutes was missing from the Sally Port video that we did receive, lo and behold, the Commonwealth produces a new video that also purports to show the passenger side taillight, except, as the court now knows, that's the one that was inverted. In the moving papers, in its opposition papers, the prosecution says, well, the prosecution had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is now the third or fourth time the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument. I didn't know. We did not know about its existence. No matter how many times they write it, however, it does not change the Commonwealth's responsibilities. It doesn't change the prejudice that the defense suffered. We should have had these videos at the very beginning.
So, Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you how much longer, this is the luncheon recess, but how much longer are you going to be?
Probably 45 minutes, I would say.
All right, so we'll break.
What? All rise, please.
Hey guys, so it's being widely reported on Twitter now that Aiden Kearney, Turtle Boy, has picked up a new witness intimidation charge. He will face arraignment later in the week, I think on Friday. He already had a previously scheduled hearing today in the same court that Karen Reed is in for 2 p.m. Not the same courtroom, but the same building. So my amateur lawyer question would be, will his bail be revoked? And will he be sent for another 30 or 60 days like he was last time? So not being a lawyer, it seems like a pretty good chance to me. But again, I don't know. So far in the hearing today, and again, it looks like maybe we missed the first few minutes, but that was not on my end. It's just when the feed came on. The early discussion was about the dismissed juror. And the defense's issue on this is that Lieutenant Fanning, who is the rank equivalent of, there were 2 lieutenants, I believe, that ran the detectives unit at the Norfolk County DA's office. One was Lieutenant Tully, and the other one was Lieutenant Fanning. And Lieutenant Fanning was assigned to, let me see what they called it, actually. This is what. So, as Yannetti certainly knows, the state troopers have no influence at all on security within the courthouse. That is the issue of the judicial branch. The state police come under the executive branch. So it's the court officers that handle all of that. So what he did have, so McLaughlin informed the defense during the trial when they dismissed this juror that, hold on a second. Hit the volume on this. Okay. Sorry about that. So the defense was told that his title was, or his job relevant to this case is that he was, quote, commander of extensive security operations of the court. Now, the reason you would have something like that in this unique case is because of the buffer zone. So I'm going to guess that's the only reason that he had any involvement at all. He never came in contact with a juror. That's what the state says, and had no involvement with any of the jurors. However, it seems that he is the one who gave information to the court based on this juror's. Oh, Matt's here too, so let me bring in Matt. Hey, good morning, Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
Very good, thank you. So let me just finish my explanation for the first part of this hearing. Was they were going over the dismissed juror, and so what Alan Jackson is saying is that this juror was dismissed based on information obtained by Lieutenant Fanning of the state police, who they're accusing of some kind of bias. Now, we don't know what information the court was told it resulted in the juror being dismissed. I know what happened from multiple sources, and this juror was on at least 2 occasions during the trial, on nights before she had jury duty, going around drunk in bars and basically shouting out so everybody could hear it that I'm a turtle rider and I'm going to acquit Karen. Now, there's a way more involved. The night before she was dismissed, the story is way more involved than that. I'm not going to relate it to protect her privacy, but some version of what happened the night before, and it seems to even have involved Boston police, reached the court, maybe through Lieutenant Fanning. So I don't know if you followed any part of that at all, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard things too, similarly, that she was out in bars saying like, I'm gonna quit her, blah blah blah. I don't think the judge was too amused by his
Yeah.
She kept cutting him off and saying, all right, you didn't even prove the basics.
Right.
Because he wasn't in charge of the jury. And, I think there were things that she was doing in the courtroom even that people were noticing. Because I remember a few commentators saying, like, this woman's, like, eyes, like, she was, like, very expressive. And so, I mean, I don't think that's a reason. I don't think you're allowed to, like, dismiss someone because of that. But the comments in the bar certainly get her out of
Right.
there.
And there's no indication. I think like where something potentially could be wrongdoing here is if the state police had also identified that this juror was sympathetic to the defendant and they tailed her, or had someone following her and came back with a report like this. There's no evidence of that, and I've talked to multiple people. There's no reason to believe that happened. It's just what did happen became somebody caught on because of what she was doing and the public nature of what she was doing, and even involved drinking and driving and a whole bunch of other stuff. So, but we don't know. We'll never know what the judge is going to protect the privacy of that juror. So we'll never know what that account was. Then the other issue was the Sally Port. Do you think the defense has a beef here?
Some of the things. Okay, the biggest thing, defense perspective, was that Michael Proctor said that he pulled the videos.
Yeah.
And watched them a long time ago. I mean, that is a little bit weird because that should have been in his file. It should have been, with everything that was given to Lally, and it wasn't.
Right.
I do think that's like the best part of his argument, but I think that he failed to really show how it's exculpatory. Like he kind of dismissed, oh, well, there's 8 a.m. video and it shows that it's cracked, not shattered. And the thing is, cracked and shattered is like not something that you can tell. Like if a window is broken, are you going to say it's cracked or shattered? It's just semantics. So like that whole thing where he kept saying that, it just seems so like weak. Because it's not something that somebody can know unless they saw it actually being broken, whether it broke or shattered or cracked. People are going to describe it different ways. So I don't think that part of the argument was really strong. I just think it should have been turned over for sure. But I don't see the prejudice because we already see other videos of her taillight with all the red pieces missing. So I don't know.
Right. That's the thing is it to what degree is it material? And if we just ignore the materiality of it for a moment, yes, it's very troubling that you have this. So the question is it skullduggery or is it inefficiency? Is there some problem with the way this evidence is being moved around and made available to the prosecution? And to decide whether it's skullduggery or whether it's inefficiency is to try to examine as to whether it's even relevant. Is it actually exculpatory, as you said? So I think Hank Brennan is going to really put on a powerful argument here that it was not exculpatory. In fact, that it was inculpatory. So, but we'll have to see what he says.
Yeah, for sure. I
So,
mean, I
I
just don't.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it sounded like, so I was, not expecting, but I was like thinking that he was gonna, because he reviewed the videos. That's why he didn't make the argument till today. I was expecting that he was gonna say like something, like something was there that they were trying to like hide, and he didn't have anything. So,
Right. So everybody, this is Matt from Boundless Millennial. He's one of the OGs on this case that really saw through the charade going all the way back to the summer of 2023 and was one of the first people to see through it. And without any motive. He didn't have some hatred for Turtle Boy, or he didn't have a connection to the families or the witnesses or the investigators. He just, looking through the evidence, initially thought maybe it looked suspicious, but on his own just kind of figured out eventually, no, this doesn't make sense. So did you hear what I said about the Turtle Boy new charges he's apparently picked up? This is what they're saying all over Twitter.
I have heard that. Do we know what witness they're talking about or anything? I know it's like another witness intimidation charge, but I don't know. It must be for a new witness or a different witness than the other ones.
It's a new charge, not necessarily a new witness.
Okay.
But a new charge. I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to go with what's being said on Twitter. So there's both a pro and anti Turtle Boy source reporting this. So let's just put it that way. So I don't think so the first person I saw it from was Dag Nabbit, who is, I wouldn't say pro Turtle Boy necessarily, but she is pro Karen, very strongly so. So,
Okay.
So I believe she has no incentive to want to put this out there and make something up. So, and I don't think she has a history of doing that. She's just really strong pro Karen. So, Casey Gates says, "Hey, Kevin and Matt. Kevin, as some sort of sensitive, I have a huge gut feeling she went back to the scene. Also, if we tell the truth, it will always stay the same, and a lie will change consistently." So, was that a factor in your flipping, Matt? The fact that her story seemed to be changing. Was it already changing back then in 2023?
I think it was before she did any interviews or anything when
Yeah.
I was like, hell no. And I think the main things were just like, I don't know, just reading, because the narrative that was put out was that it was like Jen McCabe Googled that, she like orchestrated the whole thing, and like he was killed inside the house. And when I first read the affidavit, it was really about just the amount of corroboration from all these other people. And that was like the main thing, like her niece waking up the niece and saying this and that. And just like the way that it was described, like I could tell from the descriptions of all the different people that she was like drunk and like having those drunken regret moments. And she was freaking out, realizing what she did. Because she was already hysterical before they even found the body, like screaming in the car, just acting erratic. And they were kind of just like, what the hell? And then she's saying, I hit him at the scene. And then I think the next thing that happened after that was, I think the father's interview was the first interview, right? Before she was shown.
Yeah, they did that interview in July with the parents. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if like it's on 2020 or something. I can't remember if Karen was in that interview too.
I think it was Ted Daniels, right?
Okay, all right.
And it was,
I don't remember, but yeah.
I think at that point I already knew.
So the one with the father talked about the hospital, right? Where he said when he went to the hospital, Karen said, "Dad, I backed into something."
Yeah, I was shocked by that. I was like, why the hell would he want to even say that? I was like shocked. I was like, I don't know. Everything that happened after I realized what was going on just supported my belief, like my changed mind. And I was disappointed because I wanted a conspiracy. Like I was bloodthirsty for conspiracies, just like everybody else. Yeah. But I mean, I can't just deny facts to make my dream come true of the conspiracy. And that's what people are doing here.
I know that's what's something that people don't understand when they try to say, Kevin, you're just grifting on this. It's like, I wasn't grifting when I was covering for the conspiracy side, because I was always going to cover the truth, and I was asking questions right along about whether it made sense. But it was in my interest to stay on that side. That crowd became very friendly to me, and I built a team around me, not just two co-hosts, but then also a team behind the scenes. They were all pro Karen Reed, and I enjoyed working with them, and so it would have been hugely beneficial for me to just stay on that side. But like you, I kept asking the questions, and then so what about the other question? The other part that she asked us was, what do you think about Karen? Do you think she returned to the scene of the crime, and how strong is that evidence if you do?
I mean, so to me, it makes more sense. Like someone said it recently, like that she would have driven back right away and saw him, and then she gets back and starts calling, saying nobody knows where you are, and that's where she started being like, oh, he's cheating on me. I left him at the bar, and that was going to be her story, not realizing that 7 people saw her car outside that house.
Right.
But the original affidavit was suggesting that she went back in the morning, which also could be true. Yeah. I don't know if they got more than what they had. I mean, they just had tower data in the first trial. Yep. But if they got more information from the Lexus text stream, which could be, because I haven't seen anything else. Like, I think they might be getting more information from her phone, or they're trying to. But I don't think there's anything there, because the defense didn't really like put up a fight about that. Right. So I wouldn't think that they have anything there, but the text stream maybe is going to prove it. I think that would be like paramount to proving that it was second-degree murder, if they can show that. But I don't know if that's something that they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt from what we know so far.
Right, and that's the key thing. You have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt to 12 jurors. And it's not just enough to show that she drove down Fairview. You have to show that she saw John, which is a taller order. One thing that I've said is that Lucky could actually be a key witness for the prosecution in that, because even though he claims it was 3:30, he could be confused on times, and there was reason in his testimony to believe he was confused on times. But if he did see an SUV parked there with the lights out, now if you could make a juror believe that that possibly was Karen, well, sitting there with the lights out, that's consciousness of guilt. So to me, that
Mhm.
would go a long way towards. But yeah, but but like you said, I don't think this. My bet is that we're not going to find any evidence like that in the chip off. We're not seeing any signs of it from the way Karen's team is responding. So we'll just have to wait and trial to see.
Yep.
Any bombshells for you this morning?
I just feel like the judge was not kind of putting up with his shit as usual.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, good. She's actually.
Yeah.
I don't think there was anything bombshell. I mean, I guess the biggest thing is probably Proctor said that he pulled the videos in that grand jury, and then that wasn't turned over, and like, I feel like there was discovery delays and everything in the first trial.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't think the video is exculpatory, but it definitely like this is the best thing that they have going for them at this point because everything else is so solid. But I mean, if jurors look at those videos at 8 a.m. and 5 a.m., are they really going to be like, I mean, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? There's no red pieces. So like, I don't understand. Like what could he have planted? And I don't think anyone believes that in the first jury anyway. So I don't know why they're like trying to die on this hill. I mean, I guess they're trying to get it dismissed today, but I mean, it didn't seem like it was an argument that worked last time. So.
Right. And you're trying to get it dismissed and then even if you don't get Judge Cannone to dismiss it, you're laying the groundwork for an appeal. And you never know. You get a sympathetic judge or something like that. So I'm going to do a little booting. Oh, it's not even on this. It's on somebody else's. I can't boot this person. All right. So I'm going to go have lunch, Matt. Do you want to stay on and just talk to people or it's up to you?
I'll pop off because I got to do some things and I'll be listening when they get back and I can pop on later if I'm around.
Okay. Thanks for being here, Matt. Always a pleasure. And we'll continue after lunch.
All right.
Thanks,
Sounds
guys.
good.
So, hey, everybody, I hope you hold on a second. All right, so I have my other. It's still doing it. Hold on a second. The audio was on my other laptop, so it was going to create that echo for you. All right, so we have. All right, I'm going to briefly pull this onto the screen so you can see it. I brought it on before. So this is the new charge that Turtle Boy has picked up. Witness intimidation. He will be arraigned on March 18th. It's 18th. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go back in court too. So let me break that up. We have fan. So once we have fan, usually within a minute or two, we have court action. So we'll be getting back to it soon. But it's actually 6 minutes to 2. So maybe this is just a little fan teaser to get us going, and we'll start up at 2. So Turtle Boy is picking up another witness intimidation charge. He's due to be arraigned in Stoughton District Court on March 18th. He is appearing in this court in Dedham today at 2. So the question is will he be revoked? And I'm not a lawyer, but it seems to me that he will be revoked, and a very good chance that he will be sent back to jail. And my understanding is that so where last time he was sent to jail for 60 days, this time it'll be for 120 days. So Heather Ann is a lawyer, so thank you, Heather. Hopefully I've got that right. So yes, the new charge should lead to revoking a bond. Heather says not to me, the clients. I figured that, Heather. Although, I don't know, maybe during your MS-16 days or 13 or whatever that gang is. I'm kidding. So very good. So, I mean, is this intentional? These stupid new charges that he picked up. Is this because, so Turtle Boy didn't do a show last night. So we got yesterday in court this very important information that was given to the public, that the federal investigation is over, is closed. Turtle Boy normally does a Tuesday show. He doesn't do a Tuesday show last night to bring that very important information to his audience. Actually, now that I think about it, I think he did do a show last night. Someone told me he didn't, but I think I saw when I went to my YouTube that he was live, and he had a much smaller audience than normal. But I'm not sure. I'm going on memory. In any case, but is Turtle Boy now trying to go? So Frankie Figs, good to see you, man. He said he did. So is Turtle Boy trying to avoid being able to talk about this stuff that is embarrassing to him, really, in terms of the Karen Reed thing, like deliberately trying to get back to jail? I mean, it's something to think about, right? Because what is he going to do? More and more, Karen is being steamrolled here with more and more evidence that comes out that just completely debunks the conspiracy. Just looking to see why the ceiling fan is not moving. Making sure my screen isn't frozen? No, the ceiling fan is actually just off. I don't like to see the ceiling fan lifeless. That bothers me. But it's not freeze. Obviously, it's cold enough in court today that they didn't want to put the fan on. But if somebody could send a memo to them, please put the fan on. That's comforting to us to see the fan be alive. You don't see the fan. How is that possible? You don't see the fan. You're not seeing where it says coming up Karen Reed motions day 2. I'm seeing that on my screen. I don't understand. Let me reset, I guess. We're not missing anything. There's no hearing going right now, so I'm just going to reload. So I guess just reloading it did it. Huh. That's weird. Well, the imperfections of this technology. It's just me on screen. You still don't see the fan? What the hell is going on? I don't understand. Try a different way. All right, you see fan? I don't. It's really weird. You don't see me now. Can you see me and the fan and the fan? Oh, good. Thank you, Mama. I don't know. It was weird because on my screen it was showing the fan. Thank you, Lisa. All right. So I switched to a different computer. The other computer is showing it fine, so I don't really understand. Well, that's why I try to keep multiple screens going in case something freezes on one where I can jump right over. Yes, Turtle was at CF McCarthy's last night. I don't know about the hillside. What do you mean everything is perfect except the fan? You see the fan, right? It's just not moving. Just making sure, Ashley. Okay, cool. So I don't know who's coming back on with me this afternoon. At some point, could be Matt, could be Jen, could be Kate. Hopefully, with an update. Could also be Daniel from Drunken Turkeys is live now on his own channel talking about some new information on the Idaho on the Brian Koberger case. No strays. Ent says, doesn't Turtle Boy have to be arraigned first on the new charge before a hearing and bail revocation? I don't know. Not being a lawyer, I don't know. Why is Bettero not with Turtle Boy? Well, the Turtle Boy hearing doesn't start till 2. So he's probably there now. I would, so that's a good point. I guess when we come back to the Karen Reed hearing, my guess is we won't see Bettero sitting with Karen's family. Heather, so the question there is, and you may have already answered it. Okay, we're getting movement on the fan. All right, so, but does Turtle Boy have to be arraigned first before you can charge him with violating his bond? Heather says that an arrest can be used to violate. Well, he wasn't arrested, though, to my knowledge. I'm sorry, Big Bird. I didn't see it. Sorry. Okay, Jen, I didn't see the email yet. I will check that, and I won't play it now because the hearing looks like it's about to start anytime here, and I can't have both things on the screen, so we'll play it after.
Was back in session, you may be seated.
You guys,
All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we left off before lunch, we were discussing the inverted video. In the moving papers, the prosecution indicates that, quote, the prosecutor had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is the I don't know, if it's the third or the fourth time that the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument about not knowing personally about the existence of a particular video, but that it doesn't matter how many times they argue that point, it still doesn't change the fact that it prejudiced the defense by not having it, and one of their members, whoever that agent is of the Commonwealth, was lying about having it and not disclosing it. Somebody knew, and the question before the court is, who was it? Who did know? Perhaps it wasn't Mr. Lally, perhaps it wasn't Ms. McLaughlin. Was it Chief Rafferty? Certainly Proctor had it. He watched it. Who else knew about it? Members of the prosecution knew of the existence of this and other videos, and they hid them. And that's the galling issue. Then the Commonwealth writes that the defense altered, their word, the defense, quote, altered evidence to correct the image, as if we were altering something to deceive the court. When in point of fact, the Commonwealth well knows that that altered video was altered by them in some way, shape, form, or fashion. When it was played inverted. What we did is recorrect it to the proper orientation to confront Sergeant Buchnick with it. They indicate that they played the entirety of the video, of the corrected video, to somehow suggest that the Commonwealth during this debacle had clean hands. And that's just not true. Over the course of 2 days, the court will recall 2 days worth of testimony. Day one with Sergeant Buchnick under direct examination by Mr. Lally, going into the next day, still under direct examination by Mr. Lally. They played that video completely inverted. They talked about it, they discussed it, they described it. Not once did Sergeant Buchanan or Mr. Lally inform the jurors or the court that the video was actually altered, that the video was actually backward, not one hint to the court or the jury members. When the defense stood up and began questioning Sergeant Buchanan about that video, that was the first time that he admitted that it was inverted. He used the phrase mirror image, and that he knew that it was inverted. Amazingly, that was the same time that Sergeant Buchanan started having trouble with his memory about who was actually depicted in that video. The court will recall before I stood up on cross-examination, under direct examination by Mr. Lally, Sergeant Buchanan was very quick to point out that the individuals on that inverted video were himself and Michael Proctor. And they made the point that Michael Proctor never approached or had any access to or didn't manipulate in some way, shape, form, or fashion. This was the intimation by the Commonwealth, that passenger taillight. The Commonwealth has now conceded that that person was, in fact, Michael Proctor. It's notable that the Commonwealth went to great lengths to state that, quote, Trooper Proctor, and this is in their opposition, Trooper Proctor is standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear taillight, end quote. That's a statement made in their moving papers, specifically on a fact that is of great material importance to this case. The three of them signed, the three prosecutors signed an oath and a declaration, and the court just called the defense out on signing a declaration or an oath. And the court's intimation, at least in its initial comments to me, was, you may have said something that you don't have a factual foundation for. I think I have done my best to disabuse the court of that, that we were drawing from reasonable inferences. I wonder if the Commonwealth is going to get the same treatment for saying that Trooper Proctor was standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear taillight. That's a very bold statement for the Commonwealth to make, and it's also completely untrue. It's not supported by a single fact. It's not supported by a fact or evidence before the court. The problem with this unsupported motion, because it's unsupported and the declaration is signed by three different individuals, you can just sort of say whatever you want in the motion, and I guess get away with it. The video speaks for itself, Your Honor. It shows Michael Proctor walk behind the car directly to the position of the passenger taillight. He positions himself right on the other side of the camera view, not feet away. And it certainly does not show, and there's no evidence before the court, that he, quote, never touched it. As a matter of fact, we would submit.
Does it show that he does touch it?
Well, of course it doesn't show he touches it, Your Honor. He's on the other side of the car. That's not the point. The point is, a reasonable inference is he could have touched it. He was standing right there. Nobody forced him. Nobody was holding a gun to his head. He walked around the other side of the car and obviously was standing there for a reason. By himself, in a corner, out of the view of a camera, and then when the Commonwealth plays the video, it switched, and the intimation to the triers of fact was he never approached the right rear taillight, that passenger taillight. And all of that
And
was
you cleared that up.
Right. But that is the galling part of this entire thing. The court has asked me a couple of times, and I'm going to get to it a little bit more in detail, what the prejudice is. If that's not prejudice, I don't know what is. It's literally propounding false information to a trier of fact. That is not a small thing. Even after the trial was over, it was concluded, and the mistrial was declared, we're still getting videos that we can't get a straight answer about their source. Where did these videos come from in October? That surveillance feed is on a 30-day deletion loop. That's what we've been told. I said a few minutes ago this morning, I said the Commonwealth may not have known that it was on a 30-day loop. What I meant was actually the prosecutors sitting in this courtroom. The three, my brothers and sister, may not have known about that 30-day override. I don't know. I don't know what they knew or didn't know. I'm certainly not going to cast aspersions and put that on them. but someone from the Commonwealth darn sure knew that that was on a 30-day loop or a 30-day overwrite. So who's had those for all this time? How were they stored? Why wasn't that information revealed to our expert when we went all the way to Canton to try to download that DVR? Where's the original? Where are the copies? These are questions for which we need some facts. And the fact that those have been withheld from us is exactly the kind of bad act and bad faith that demands that the court presume prejudice in the case. A few minutes ago, the court asked me before lunch, what is the prejudice? There's plenty of actual prejudice, but I'll get to that in just a second when I speak a little bit about the law at the end of my comments. We don't need to prove actual prejudice because the law presumes prejudice against Ms. Reed because of the bad conduct on behalf of the Commonwealth. And yet again, when it comes to this same issue, the Commonwealth recites this now worn out sentence, the prosecutor was unaware of the existence of these videos, end quote. How many times are they going to try to excuse away a blatant discovery and or Brady violation with the sentence that the prosecutor was unaware? It just doesn't matter. And that brings us to the October 10 videos that we got in 2024. The Commonwealth claims that they received these videos on or about August 21st, 2024. They sort of vaguely claim that these videos were provided along with a letter, quote unquote, letter from Canton Police Chief, end quote. There's no report, there's no email, there's no communications, there's no text message, nothing other than this, quote, letter. And it actually wasn't a letter, it was more of an informal note written on a personal pad, a Canton PD pad by the chief. There's no chain of custody log authenticating the videos, no authentication documents whatsoever, no foundational documents, no indication of where the videos came from or how she came to possess them at the time. But she did write on that little pad, quote, that is how it records, LOL, no tampering, end quote. LOL, laugh out loud. So the chief of police is laughing in the face of serious Brady violations, in the face of serious evidentiary violations and
what was the
discovery
date?
violations.
10/10/24 you received that? Was that the date?
10/10/24. That's correct. By the way, the Commonwealth claimed in its opposition papers that, quote, the prosecutor requested that both Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department produce all relevant and material surveillance video, end quote. And that was sometime unidentified between April 17th, 2024 and April 24th, 2024. I laud them for that. Good. I'm glad they demanded finally, in the middle of trial, quote, all relevant and material surveillance video. So why didn't we get this from Canton PD until October 2024, well after trial? What was the delay? And why did we get another video in January of 2025? What was the delay? How could this be seen as anything other than intentional? We know now that Sergeant Buchanan, we know that Proctor, we know that Chief Rafferty, and now through another report, we know that this officer, DGM Petro, all had access to and knew about the videos. And then we have on top of that, in the middle of trial, I think it was Mr. Lally, it may have been Ms. McLaughlin, someone said, it's unclear from the opposition, that all relevant and material surveillance video be turned over immediately, and it still wasn't done. That is an intentional withholding of evidence. And then we get these new reports. What's probably most troubling is what's in the reports that we got on Friday, this past Friday. Additional reports from the Commonwealth in a report from Sergeant DGM Petro. He reveals the following. He writes this report on the 27th, which was last Thursday, and then we got the report on the 28th. He says that in February of 2022, and I'm paraphrasing, in February of 2022, Proctor requested Sallyport video of SUV inside Sallyport. Apparently that was provided. I mean, we have to presume from his report when he says Proctor requested Sallyport video of the SUV exterior footage that he downloaded it from somewhere and gave it to him. Assuming it was February of 2022, that would have been before the override, I presume, because I think the math in my head is it's 28 days in February. If it's in February at all, it's within the 30 days from January 29th. So it has to have been. Then he writes that in June of 2023, Proctor requested Sallyport video again of the SUV exterior footage. Quote, this is from his report, I believe this may also have been the approximate time that I downloaded video recordings that covered the entire time frame that the suspect's vehicle was held at the Canton police station, end quote. He goes on to say, quote, due to the large size of the files at that time, I had to break it down into 6-hour blocks for ease of exporting. This is the first we're hearing of any of this last Thursday. How is that? Sure. Ms. Lewis just handed me a clean copy of the DG and Petro report. I would like to have this marked and appended to our motion to dismiss if it's okay.
Sure. Did I get that attached to your motion to change the scheduling?
You,
You
yes.
probably did.
So I've seen it.
Okay. May I approach?
Hold on. What, Ms. Little?
We'd still like to make it part of the record if that's
Sure.
all right, Your Honor.
Sure, I just wanted to know whether I needed a copy because I have a copy. I've seen it.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
So are we marking it? So we need it if we're marking it.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake.
Exhibit 1 so marked.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. The question is, how in June of 2023, now I'm going to go a little bit slow here just because it's linear. The argument is linear. In June of 2023, according to DG and Petro, he downloaded every single bit of video of that car while in the Sallyport or while at Canton PD in Sallyport. How is that possible? How could that be? As of February 28th or maybe March 1st, those videos are gone. So how could he have access to the whole thing? It's because someone at the Commonwealth downloaded the whole thing. They saved it. Or the only other explanation is that DVR was not at the time on a 30-day override. It's the only two explanations. Again, this is binary. So in April of 2024, as the court knows, we got additional video, and that's the inverted video. In the spring of 2024, while trial was being held, DG and Petro, quote, it says, quote, I downloaded some video recordings that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims being made by the defense. The you and I is him to Chief Rafferty. That's who this report is to. And it includes footage of Higgins. So now we find out for the first time that Chief Rafferty and this sergeant had been talking and strategizing about how to defeat some defense arguments, presumably, by use of videos that had never been turned over. And the Commonwealth uses a phrase in its moving papers, I believe in this motion, about ambush. That is the definition of an ambush. So DG and Petro admits that he, Rafferty, and the Canton Police Department had Sallyport video that was material to the case. Remember, his quote was that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims made by the defense. They were strategizing about how to defeat certain of our arguments, and they didn't turn it over. Specifically, he downloaded video and presumably gave it to Chief Rafferty. But then the interesting thing is Chief Rafferty held on to it. She never turned it over. Probably because they didn't help the prosecution. They showed Higgins engaged in conduct that is, at the very least, highly suspicious and clearly exculpatory because it impeaches his other testimony. It shows him on the phone. And he testified that he didn't make calls in the middle of the night. There's no question that with this example, that is an intentional withholding of evidence. That is the legal definition of bad faith, and it's unconscionable to do that. Now put in context what we eventually did receive during the trial and then after. We received the inverted video that was falsely presented as the right passenger side of the vehicle, or the passenger rear side of the vehicle. Number two, we received several videos of Brian Higgins at Canton Police Department, clearly using his phone at approximately 1:35 or so a.m. And we received exterior footage that would ordinarily show the condition of the passenger taillight, which all happens to be corrupted, like every other video of the rear passenger side of that SUV. This is stunning. It's not like the Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police were sort of blissfully incompetent or blissfully ignorant and unaware of the existence of these exculpatory videos. It's quite the opposite. Multiple officers, Proctor, Rafferty, Buchnick, O'Rourke, DG and Petro, these individuals, we believe, O'Rourke may not have known, but we know that the others did, and it had now basically admitted it or been caught trying to hide it. They were all variously actively engaged with these videos. They were searched for, they were discussed, they downloaded them, they saved them, they copied them, they labeled them, they transported them, they reviewed them, and they strategized about them. These videos were top of mind for all of these folks. We know there were hours and hours and hours of footage that was so large it had to be broken down into 6-hour blocks. All of that was pulled. And none of this footage was disclosed to the defense before April of 2024. And most of the files that have been turned over so far have been turned over after the trial was over. We had no idea this footage existed, and to this day, it continues to be, the bulk of it continues to be withheld from the defense. And then we move to Sergeant Buchnick's actual report. As I indicated, he wrote a report last Friday as well, dated the 28th. Quote, in furtherance of the John O'Keefe Canton homicide investigation, sometime in early spring of 2022, I was made aware that a request had been made by Trooper Proctor and then fulfilled by Canton PD for surveillance video as it related to the arrival and storage of the Lexus SUV belonging to Karen Reed. This was the spring of 2022. He knew. At Trooper Proctor's request, I proceeded to Canton Police and picked up the digital media storage containing said video and transported it to the Canton, Norfolk District Attorney's Office and turned it over to Trooper Proctor. I did not review this video at this time.
What date did he do that? The same date?
He says at this time, but it's the sometime early spring of 2022. That's the best he can do in his report. Paragraph 2, in July of 2023, so this is a little more defined, I was once again made aware by Trooper Proctor that a request had been made to Canton PD for additional video and that it was ready to be picked up. Since the Canton Police Department is conveniently located on my route of travel to work, I stopped by and picked up the CD from the front desk of the police department, which was labeled Trooper Buchanan with a yellow Post-it note. I further added Canton PD 12922, and then the case number, which is, or their case number, 2022-112-33, to note to more accurately identify the item and transported it to our office, subsequently turning it over to Trooper Proctor. So there's a second CD, now in July of 2023. I did not review that video at that time. See the attached copy of the Post-it note. Final paragraph, in my preparation for trial in May of 2024, I was provided with a thumb drive and the CD labeled with a Post-it note on my desk. What's interesting is that the CD with the Post-it note on his desk may or may not have been the same CD that he transported in July of 23 because they seem to be labeled a little different.
So I haven't seen this report. Does he say from whom he received that?
I'll finish reading it, but I don't believe he does. No, it's pretty vague. It's passive voice and it's pretty vague. I was provided a thumb drive and a CD labeled with a Post-it on my desk to review prior to testimony. So it does not say. At this time, I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior Sally Port. Exterior Sally Port. This video was labeled with a Post-it note on a CD, and it contained a video of the interior of the Sally Port, which was grainy and had a camera vantage point from the front of the Sally Port. I also reviewed the Canton PD driveway footage. In review, I also viewed video of the back wall Sally Port camera vantage point. I had not seen this video prior to my May date review. I later learned that this video was provided in an inverted manner. After I reviewed all the provided video, the thumb drive and the CD were returned. It doesn't say to whom they were returned. Your Honor, if I could mark this report as well.
Sure. Do you have an extra copy for me?
I do. It does have one highlight on it. May I show it to Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
The two so marked?
So you do have an extra copy, Ms. Little?
I do not have an extra copy, Your Honor.
I thought Mr. Jackson just said he had an extra.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mr. Jackson, do you have an extra copy?
I think I might.
I've got it right here.
You have an extra copy? Is that one clean?
Not clean.
No, that was the only copy that I've got.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Please.
This one has highlights on it. I apologize.
It's okay. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court asked probably the most important question about this report, which is who was it that supplied the video or the thumb drives or the CDs to Sergeant Buchanan? Who's at the center of all these Sally Port videos? Who does he say was requesting the Sally Port videos that he was acting as the courier for in other particulars? Every one of those answers is Michael Proctor. So who do we believe most reasonably would have supplied the information to Sergeant Buchanan to review? It stands to reason it could have been Trooper Proctor. Seems to be reasonable, but I don't know because Trooper Buchanan doesn't say, but that would be another question that would be open to answer if we had an evidentiary hearing. Michael Proctor was receiving the footage directly from DG and Petro, dating all the way back to February of 2022. He was the one receiving the footage directly from Buchanan, dating all the way back to the spring of 2022. Michael Proctor was receiving footage from both sources multiple times through the years. Proctor was the one who clearly had possession, custody, and control over the exculpatory footage. It was his, every bit of it. And now let's recall what he said at trial when asked about all this footage, because he was confronted about footage. And keep in mind, Your Honor, when I'm asking these questions, I know none of this. None of it. Michael Proctor lied during his testimony, but he knew that we couldn't impeach him. There was no way I could impeach him. I didn't have any of these videos to impeach him with because we didn't have any of the evidence that had been secured concerning that Sally Port. Question, There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right? Answer, that video was discovered later on and then handed over. That video was discovered later on.
So where in the transcript is that?
I can get you the page and line number, Your Honor.
My guess is Ms. Little can get it pretty quickly.
I'm guessing
I'll
she
provide that to you
can.
in just a moment, Your Honor.
June 10th?
It was either June 10th or June 12th, but let me double check.
Well, she's looking for that, Your Honor. May I
Please go
proceed?
ahead, yeah.
Okay. The only thing it's important to remember from a date standpoint, we'll get the date that he actually testified to this, but from a date standpoint, the only thing that had been handed over at the time that he testified to that was a single video with 42 minutes missing and a flatbed and the flatbed driveway footage outside the Sallyport that doesn't show much of anything. It's now been proven, that testimony, that video was discovered later on and then handed over, suggesting there was either only one video or all of it was discovered later and turned over. Both of the clauses in that sentence are a lie. The video wasn't discovered later. It was discovered in February, at the latest, February of 2022, just days after this incident. He asked for it and he received it, according to Sergeant DGM Petro. And it wasn't turned over either. None of it. But at trial, we didn't have the truth. I couldn't impeach him with this. He made sure that all the footage was delivered directly to him, starting days after this incident. And he controlled it, he hid it, and then he lied about it. That is the definition of bad faith. That is the definition of withholding exculpatory evidence. That is a definition of suppressing Brady evidence. There is no other way to define this. He fooled us, and it's egregious. Is it possible, with all this sort of years-long flurry that we've just talked about surrounding these Sallyport videos, that the actual trial prosecutors were completely unaware of their existence until Proctor testified before the federal grand jury? Is that possible? I suppose it is. I want to give the prosecutors the benefit of the doubt. I do. Is it reasonable? That's another question, to believe that they just knew nothing about this. We know Proctor lied to us. Could he have lied to them? I suppose. But as the law mandates, Your Honor, it just doesn't matter. In the eyes of the law, Proctor is the prosecution, and the prosecution is Michael Proctor. And then we move to January 28th, 2025, this year. We're still getting additional videos at that time. This new camera angle, which is blurry and grainy and wobbly, it does, however, show the passenger side rear taillight as it's towed into or driven into the Sallyport garage. The footage is so grainy and so blurry, however, it's so corrupted that once again, the true condition of that taillight is completely obscured. At a certain point, it begins to defy logic. And the reason I wanted to talk about each one of these videos in turn is because it absolutely defies logic, that all of this footage magically cuts out, blurs out, becomes grainy, becomes obscured at the precise time that the SUV is pulled in to the Sallyport. The question then becomes, what's been happening to these videos that have been in Michael Proctor's possession since that time, for the last 2.5, 3 years? And again, I've lost count how many times the Commonwealth makes the claim, quote, prosecutors had never seen this video, end quote. The entirety of the Commonwealth's defense on this issue is the indefensible, which is, it just wasn't me. Okay, fine, it may not have been you, but it was the Commonwealth, in quotation marks, capital. The Commonwealth then claims that, quote, after directing a review of all physical evidence and data files, after directing a review of all physical evidence and data files, this video was located within a paper case file of the investigators, end quote. I believe that Mr. Brennan, when he came on the case, he's the one who directed a review of all physical evidence and data files? I would have to guess. Again, I would applaud that. Should have happened years ago. What's most curious about this video, however, is that the prosecution now admits, quote, after inquiry, it was learned that an investigator obtained this video from Canton Police Department in 2022, and it was placed in a physical case file, end quote. That's a direct quote from their opposition. They don't name who the investigator is. They don't indicate whose case file it was. They don't tell us where that case file had been, who had control over that case file, just a paper case file somewhere, mysteriously. Whether it was CPD or MSP, we don't know. Which investigator, we still don't know. What can we learn from this admission by the Commonwealth? That investigators did, in fact, download the Canton PD videos in 2022 before they were overwritten. That's the only way these videos could exist. We've talked about that. And what we don't know is where the rest of them went, and why we don't have them, and why we didn't have them for the first trial. The Commonwealth basically concedes that it is in direct violation of its discovery obligations not to have turned over these videos that were in their possession. But it makes the claim that it doesn't matter because, quote, the poor quality of the video makes it difficult for either party to benefit from the video, end quote. In its opposition, it sounds like more of a desperate argument than anything else, that these cumulative, that these egregious errors don't justify the court taking any action because they claim, quote, there's no evidence of bad faith. I would take issue with that. But the quote goes on, there's no evidence of bad faith on behalf of the Commonwealth, nor any of its agents, particularly where the Commonwealth is equally aggrieved by the poor video quality and inability to obtain a forensically extracted copy of the surveillance video. Equally aggrieved. First, in that sentence, the Commonwealth admits that the defense is aggrieved. They say they're equally aggrieved, however. Aggrieved means wronged or unfairly treated or suffered harm or injustice. Merriam-Webster defines aggrieved as suffering from an infringement or a denial of legal rights. You bet we're aggrieved. But the Commonwealth can't claim that they're aggrieved when they're the ones doing the aggrieving. It doesn't work that way. The Commonwealth concedes that there's irreparable harm. They acknowledge that the forensic videos were destroyed, or at least they claim now that they're destroyed. We can never obtain the information necessary to establish the validity of any of these videos or whether and by whom they may have been manipulated, if at all. The Commonwealth can't shift the blame because the videos have literally been in their possession the entire time. It was their actions and the actions of their agents that caused this irremediable harm. Your Honor, this is, as I said, this is the definition of bad faith. And this goes back to the court's original question this morning, which is, can you describe the prejudice that Ms. Reed has suffered? And I think we've done a pretty good job of describing that throughout this argument. But the definition of bad faith means we don't have to prove actual prejudice. Prejudice is presumed under the law. If we're to believe the declarations that were submitted by ADA Lally and ADA McLaughlin and ADA Brennan, then at the very least, there is no other conclusion but that Michael Proctor and other investigators intentionally secured these videos. They withheld the evidence from us, and they withheld the evidence from the prosecution team. Let's take them at their word. Even after being explicitly instructed to turn over that evidence, that is bad faith. And how many times do they have to say, we didn't know about this? It just doesn't matter. Like I said, let's take them at their word. It doesn't absolve the Commonwealth of its obligations, and it doesn't reduce the prejudice that the defense has suffered. This was a pattern engaged in by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, over and over and over again. And now we know through this new revelation that it was intentional. The prejudice the defense has suffered is legally presumed, and it's also factually proven. And thus the only remedy is dismissal. When is dismissal warranted? And this is, I'd like to talk for just a couple of seconds about the the legal standards. Where there's misconduct that's so egregious, deliberate, and intentional, prejudice is to be presumed. That means that the defense is not required to show Ms. Reed suffered any actual prejudice, because dismissal is necessary to prevent the repetition of this type of misconduct. And that comes to us directly from Bridgman versus District Attorney for Suffolk District at 476 Mass 298. It's a 2017 case. Even if the court does not, and this is secondary to that, even if the court does not presume the prejudice and finds that these myriad violations were somehow inadvertent or a mistake, the result of some accident or negligence, this case still has to be dismissed under the second scenario and the second prong, because Ms. Reed has suffered actual prejudice by the Commonwealth's violations. We could not cross-examine these witnesses the way they should have been cross-examined at the first trial. The repeated and flagrant discovery violations were not an accident. I think we've established that at this point. They weren't a mistake. There were too many people looking at them, strategizing about them, to then say, I didn't realize their import. They were designed specifically, the fact that we weren't provided the evidence was designed specifically to obtain a strategic advantage over the defense and to get a conviction at all costs rather than to pursue the truth. There are obviously additional Brady violations and prejudices that Ms. Reed has suffered. I've detailed those in our moving papers. And I want to incorporate all of those arguments by reference here as well. But relating to the surveillance footage itself, there's no question that the Commonwealth intentionally withheld it, and they've been withholding it since January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth can't really seriously claim, Your Honor, that 4 or 5 or however many different law enforcement officers were aware of and withheld the surveillance video or the surveillance footage, and who were supposedly specifically instructed by Adam Lally or his team back in April of 2024 to turn everything over, and it was just inadvertently withheld. This was intentional. And the Commonwealth then compounded those violations by Michael Proctor lying on the stand about his knowledge of the video footage and his turning it over to the defense. It was literally a fraud on the jury. And now, well after trial, the Commonwealth has been forced to admit that even more exculpatory evidence or surveillance evidence from January 2022 is in their possession. And it was also entirely withheld from the defense throughout this litigation and throughout the first trial. In addition to the presumptive prejudice, Your Honor, there has been actual prejudice. This was, some would say, a close case when it ended. The court recalls that. The jury was hung on some charge or charges, and the evidence suggests that they voted in her favor on others. The court needs to ask itself, what would the jury have done had they had all the evidence to which they were entitled, to which we were entitled? But they didn't. Every one of these videos was in some way compromised, even the videos that we did have. And the compromise always conveniently obscured the truth and obscured Ms. Reed's rights. This is an exculpatory fact that we should have been able to explore during the past 3 years, and certainly we should have been able to explore it at trial, but we did not have the videos. The Commonwealth did, though, and it's the cumulative effect of all these gross and repeated violations that undermines the Commonwealth's argument that this is just about a broken camera. It couldn't be further from the truth. We're to believe that all these cameras just spontaneously became defective at the exact same time. Like I said before, it defies logic. For the Commonwealth to have all this footage for a solid 3 years and hold it back from us the entire time, it makes one question what was going on with that evidence. And I have to say, in terms of lesser remedies, Your Honor, what's interesting is that the exclusion, obviously the exclusionary rule exists.
I understand that does not help the defense.
It doesn't help the defense. And I appreciate the court finishing my thought on that. It's the opposite. The only remedy that can prevent this kind of repetition, this kind of misconduct, is dismissal. That's the only remedy available. And that's what the law, and that's what justice demands. As a final thought, if the court, even in the face of all this overwhelming evidence of gross misconduct, declines to dismiss this case at this time, we would urge the court to grant us an evidentiary hearing so that we can make an actual factual record of the myriad of issues brought up here. This will give the court a much better understanding of the facts supporting dismissal, and it'll perfect the record on these critical constitutional issues. And with that, I'll submit.
Okay, so thank you. I have a question for you. So go back to the podium, please, because you may need your notes. But Ms. Little, did you find the Proctor testimony?
I did, Your Honor. It's June 12th, 2025, the reporter's transcript at 1-148. And that's from the copy of transcripts with sidebars, just
Okay.
for the court's reference, lines 8 through 12.
Great.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Jackson, just about, so you argued obviously the importance of the Lexus arriving at the Canton Police Department. You argued a distinction between a cracked taillight versus a shattered taillight.
Correct.
In your pleadings, and again, you just saw, I want specifics where I can find something. On page 28, you talked at the top line, cracked, not shattered, when it arrived at the conflicted CPD on January 29, 2022. If the taillight was largely intact and only cracked, rather than shattered and missing 47 pieces, as Dighton Police Officer Sergeant Barrows testified he observed earlier that day, after the Commonwealth claimed Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe, the evidence would establish Ms. Reed's innocence and be case ending for the Commonwealth. The 47 pieces I'm having trouble finding. I just took a quick review of Sergeant Barrows' testimony yesterday upon being prepared for this. I didn't see it in there. Ms. Little, do you know where that 47 pieces is?
Yeah, the 47 pieces is not related to Sergeant Barrows' testimony.
Well, it sounds it from this, so I'm not to
No.
read it this way.
What Sergeant Barrows clearly testified to was that he observed a taillight that was cracked and not broken.
Okay, the 47 pieces, I read that to mean it was from Barrows' testimony.
No.
As Dighton Police Barrows testified. All right, where do I find that 47 pieces?
The 47 pieces, I can get multiple transcript sites, but those were the photographs the Commonwealth presented at trial, that there were that many pieces found at the crime scene.
It's the number of
Taillight.
pieces that were booked into evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, if you have trial transcript of that, I don't need 47 points, but if there's something that summarizes it, because I took that to read as I see it reading.
No, Sergeant Barrows specifically testified about his observations of the taillight earlier that day.
Right.
It was uncontroverted that there were 47 pieces of taillight
Okay.
recovered at the scene.
That's not clear to me the way this is written, so I'm glad I asked you. Okay. All right, so with that, now, Mr. Iannetti, I'm not going to hear from you now about the court officers not being in charge of the jury. I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan, and then we'll get to you, and hopefully we'll have time. But Mr. Brennan, I have a question for you. As I started with a question for the defense, so I'd like you to explain to the court, please, what efforts the Commonwealth made to comply with the Rule 14 obligation regarding the Sally Port videos, and why the dribs and drabs of the way the discovery came in.
It may be most helpful if I give the court a history as I've learned it about the production of video in this case,
Okay?
and it will explain in context the production of video and will help create the foundation so the court can understand, and perhaps the defense can best understand.
All right, and just like I did with Mr. Jackson, if I need to, I'm going to interrupt you
Of course.
to clarify some of this. So know that that's what I'm focused on.
I understand clearly. In November of 2024, has asked me to see if I could provide a chain of custody regarding the production of video in this case. And so I agreed that I would do that and made best efforts to talk to as many witnesses as I could, review the discovery, and speak to the attorneys. Now, when I started sometime in late September, I had found the letter from Chief Rafferty with the production of video in August. The letter or note was dated in August. So to start from the beginning, the prosecutors in this case did not have knowledge that there was videos from the Sallyport area. There was nothing about it that was particularly relevant to them. The defense theory did not make it clear to them that that was important. There was no motion filed by the defense.
At what point in time?
This is leading up to trial.
Okay.
At that point, there had been no request by the defense for video of the Sallyport area. What I learned is that Trooper Proctor had requested Sallyport video from the Canton Police Department. And the person who was the custodian of Canton Police Video, who would download it from the DVR, was Sergeant D.G.M. Petro. He made a request shortly after this event on January 29th, 2022. Sergeant D.G.M. Petro downloaded video from the front wall camera, which was later characterized as the blurry camera, and he left it at the front desk. Trooper Buchanan, at the direction of Trooper Proctor, picked up the video and he brought it to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Buchanan did not look at the video at that time. It was given to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor did not provide it to the prosecutors. So Trooper Proctor was aware of the video. The prosecutors were not aware of the video. That video is the same video that Sergeant D.G.M. Petro says that he downloaded the video in 6-hour segments, and that contained the front wall blurry camera inside the Sallyport and camera in front of the police station. That remained with Trooper Proctor for some time. In June, around June of 2023, Trooper Proctor then made a second request from Sergeant D.G.M. Petro.
Even though we already had it?
For different cameras. He wanted cameras, a camera angle of outside the Sallyport area. So when the tow truck dropped the car off, leading into the Sallyport, which is now characterized as the exterior Sallyport video. Again, Trooper Proctor asked Trooper Buchanan to go to the Canton Police Department and pick up a copy of the downloaded video. Trooper Buchanan went to the police department, picked up the CD at the front desk. That CD had a yellow sticky tab on it with Trooper Buchanan's name, and Trooper Buchanan wrote in the case file on that yellow sticky. He brought the CD to Trooper Proctor. Again, Trooper Proctor in June 2023 had a copy of the exterior Sallyport video, but did not provide it to the prosecutors. Both of those videos remained dormant. When Trooper Proctor was called to the federal grand jury, essentially he testified or was asked about video and said that he reviewed video. Now, this was not evidence that the Commonwealth intended on introducing or had any specific interest in. There was no particular discovery request by the defense, and there was no order. But upon reading that grand jury testimony, ADA Lally reports that he then inquired about the video. This is
Inquired of whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Okay.
This is shortly before trial. ADA Lally was given a copy of one of two of those productions. He was given the copy of the front wall video, which also contained video of outside the front of the police station. That was quickly turned over after Attorney Lally received it on April 4th, 2022. So what we know at this point is Trooper Proctor has this original production on April 4th, 2022, shortly after January 29th, 2022. I'm sorry, it was provided April 4th, 2022.
2022 or later?
No,
It was later, right?
was
Because
later.
the
It was-
federal grand jury was later.
he provided it on the eve of trial. So it was April 4th, 2024. So we know this production on April 4th, 2024 was in the hands of Trooper Proctor in shortly after January 29th, 2022. At this point, the prosecution team is still unaware of the June 23 production, which has Trooper Buchanan's name on it, which shows the exterior Sallyport. As trial began, there still was no specific order or request. The chief of police saw something about the trial, and let me rephrase. Prior to the trial, it's reported that Attorney Yannetti was discontent because the video of the front camera Sally Port was so grainy, intermittent, and not continuous. And that's an accurate description of that video. Chief Rafferty, in response to seeing Attorney Yannetti's concerns, then asked Sergeant D.G.M. Petro to see if there was another camera or to produce any other video from the Sally Port. Sergeant D.G.M. Petro then downloaded video from the DVR, which is the second camera that is inside the Sally Port, known as the inverted camera, or now characterized as the inverted camera. That was produced April 23rd, 2024, given to ADA Lally, then given to the defense. And so at that point, there are 3 video productions that exist. The first turned over to the defense April 4th, 2024, the second April 23rd, 2024, and the June 23 production of the exterior Sally Port has still not been turned over. It's in the possession of Trooper Proctor, and the prosecutors do not know about it. After the trial, one of the employees from Norfolk County, Colleen Crawford, went to the Sally Port and looked at the DVR system. And when she looked at it, she saw that video still existed on that system. Although there was a 30-day overwrite on that system, the system had a number of backup hard drives. And because of the backup hard drives, the video existed longer than 30 days. She wrote an extensive report that was turned over to the defense, and this is after trial. The report notes her investigation about all the different videos, and it summarizes everything that she saw in that July 2024 visit. As I mentioned earlier, in August, Chief Rafferty provided video of the hallways that included some video of Brian Higgins, and she accompanied a letter or a note. I learned that that video was copied during the trial, and it is noted in the sergeant's letter. The chief of police and the sergeant were downloading video, not in response to a motion to compel or produce, but rather because they had concerns about accusations that were being made about the department, and they were saving video, in their opinion or from their perspective, to help defend against future false claims against them. They downloaded a number of videos that were then turned over in that August 2024 production. When I first learned of that August letter and note, I turned it over to the defense immediately. The issue came up regarding the DVR in November, and as we've litigated extensively, so I'll simply summarize it, I invited the defense to come to the Canton Police Department. Given the intermittent or spotty production of video, I thought it best they have an opportunity to look firsthand, although I didn't know if the video would exist, as I said. And then when they came in December, I think it was December 12th, if my memory serves, and learned that there was no longer video stored because it had been overwritten, I then went to the Canton Police Department so that I could have a closer look at the video cameras to see if there was something missing. I toured the entire station. I learned about the videos, and then as a consequence, I spoke to the chief, other officers, and the sergeant. Unexpectedly, the sergeant told me that he would click and drag copies of video when he would download them from the DVR. Inevitably, we had the litigation about whether the defense was going to download in person or not. And then as I tried to finalize my investigation into the tapes and realizing there was no actual written chain of custody, I wanted best to memorialize it. I had been reviewing all files, data, hard files, but I had not been on the case long enough to review everything. So I asked that the parties of the Commonwealth look through all files, all databases, so that I could help facilitate my review. At that point, I was provided by Trooper Tully the June 2023 CD with Trooper Buchanan's name on it. That is the exterior Sallyport video. And within 24 hours, I provided that to the defense. I then asked both the sergeant and Trooper Tully and Trooper Buchanan to write reports. Since there was no chain of custody, I wanted best to give as much information as I could and document the history of the video. That, Your Honor, is a summary of everything that I had learned, the investigation, and the production of the videos.
Do you know which investigator's file it was found in?
Trooper Proctor's.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have 3 separate arguments. I will proceed with the videotape argument since we've lodged into it.
Sure.
Okay. Now, the defense has made a number of conclusions that there was somehow videotape that was tampered with. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever, none. It's not even speculation. There's no evidence that any videotape was ever tampered with. They say it, but there's none. I have seen none. They have produced absolutely no evidence that any video was altered or tampered. The defense lodges the idea of bad faith, that there was some type of advantage in that this video was withheld from them on purpose. And again, that is a baseless claim. If the government was going to hide video from the defense, they never would have got it. Maybe they would have got something after I came in and looked. They would have not got this production in April 2024. They would not have gotten the production if the government was looking to hide anything. And so the idea of intentionally withholding or bad faith is just characterization by the defense. The words Brady have meaning. Now, first, Brady needs to be exculpatory, and that's going to be something I think I can demonstrate does not fit this case. And secondly, in order to compel the court to conclude there was some type of remedy that should be issued, they want the court to conclude, like they do, that there was some type of tampering or some type of destruction of evidence. There was none. There was none. Now, Trooper Proctor had this video from June 2023 in his file. And I think the best evidence that this was not intentional is if you review Trooper Proctor's trial testimony.
So do you have a volume? Is it at the same place that Ms. Little gave me?
Well, I have the same volume. They gave you a fragment of his testimony, which is about 3 sentences. But if you actually read a number of pages of his testimony that deals with this video, and it begins on page 133, what you will see, and I won't spend a half hour reading it, but what you will see is that Trooper Proctor was aware of the grainy video, which was the video that was provided right after January 29, 2022. He was unaware of the inverted video until it was produced right before trial or right during trial by the Canton police. And you can also see that he in no way was hiding the June 2023 video, because you can see the confusion between all the parties at trial. Attorney Jackson is asking Trooper Proctor about video, and Trooper Proctor is explaining there is a Sallyport video, and also there's an exterior video outside the Sallyport. And it is clear that Attorney Jackson does not have that June 23 exterior Sallyport video because he's very confused in the questioning of Trooper Proctor. And Trooper Proctor continually tries to explain that there is both the Sallyport and there's the exterior video. So clearly, Trooper Proctor was aware of the exterior Sallyport video, but it will be clear from the reading of his cross-examination that there was no intentional withholding. He should have, since it was in his possession, whether it was relevant to the government's case or not, he should have provided it to the prosecutor, and then it would have been properly provided. But it was his oversight. There was nothing intentional or advantageous about it because he struggled to try to explain to Attorney Jackson. And so it's also notable that Attorney Lally never has an opportunity to ask more details about those. Well, he has the opportunity, but he doesn't ask more details about that misunderstanding because he's wholly unaware that it even exists. It's a confusing moment, but it clarifies that there's nothing intentional whatsoever about this course. And so it's important that although the defense now suggests there's something exculpatory about it or something about it that's important, it is important to note that the defense never filed a motion for the production of the Canton Police Department video. It is not incumbent or assumed that the Commonwealth is going to obtain every video from every part of a town during an incident. It's not assumed that they will do that. The Commonwealth seeks evidence that they think is exculpatory. They seek evidence that they think is relevant and material, and when they receive it, they are supposed to provide it. There are many cases where video from a police department is never provided to the defendant unless they ask. Or many cases where it may be a video of the booking, but not the hallways, not the bathrooms, not the back parking lot. Put in context that the defense theory was an evolving theory throughout this case to this day. The defense theory was that it was some third-party culprit, unidentified, who committed this act that led to the death of John O'Keefe. In fact, if you see earlier interviews, the defense position publicly was, you know exactly who did it, intimating that there was a specific person. Now that recently has changed. If we see the recent interview 2 weeks ago on Fox 25, the quick answer was, we have no idea who did it. We don't have to know. And so this fluid position is not noticed to put the Commonwealth on notice. They're supposed to chase down every potential idea or creation that the defense has. It's important to look at the motion that has been presented to your honor on behalf of the defense where they claim that they moved to preserve video evidence. And when you look at that motion, the best it says is that they moved to compel physical evidence. That does not put the Commonwealth on notice of video evidence at the Canton Police Department.
Was this the Stoughton District Court motion?
It is.
Okay.
And I know the Superior Court did not adopt it. However, I think the Commonwealth being on notice is the point. That even if it's in district court, I think it's the Commonwealth's responsibility.
I agree with that.
Okay. And so Attorney Yannetti, and I've mentioned this before, was very prolific in his pretrial discovery motions, very meticulous. And when you look at his meticulousness, if there was a need or a desire for video, he certainly would have asked for it. He didn't. In fact, when you look at the perspective of Attorney Yannetti, you don't have to look much further than his characterizations of how he sees the difference between the crime scene and the Canton Police Department. I've attached, for your honor and for the defense, exhibit number 4, trial testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino. And when he cross-examines Nicholas Garino, he is pretty clear that there is a difference between the Canton Police Department and the crime scene. He cites on page 75 But you'd agree with me, the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct? And Trooper Greeno says, I never said crime scene in my report, I wrote scene. And Mr. Attorney Yannetti iterates, okay, well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it? So the defense is hard pressed now at this moment where they are trying to create prejudice that doesn't exist to try to convert a motion that they filed with very specific intentions for physical evidence to now suggest that that includes Canton Police Department because the Canton Police Department is somehow the crime scene. It doesn't convert. In argument, Attorney Jackson characterizes not only Trooper Proctor's testimony, and I encourage the court to look at that because when you read it in context, I think it clearly screams that Trooper Proctor is hiding nothing whatsoever. But if you look at Trooper Buchanan's testimony, on June 6, 2024, if you start at page 103, Attorney Jackson, and to paraphrase, I'm not quoting him verbatim, suggests that there's something about Trooper Buchanan that is lying about his position or about what he saw, or that Trooper Buchanan admittedly saw the inverted video. Not the case. Trooper Buchanan reported that he did not see the inverted video until after Canton produced it, because how would he see it before Canton produced it? And that was in his preparation in May. And he did not say that he sat down with ADA Lally and watched the inverted video. He was asked, were you shown any of the videos that you see in anticipation of your testimony? Now remember, there's not just Canton Police Department video at that point. There is video from Ring, Town Hall, a number of different places. And he said, not during the first meeting. I did review video during the second time. Question, okay. And that video that you did see the second time, was that the interior video of the Sallyport that we saw yesterday, correct? He says, Trooper Buchanan, I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meetings. That is what he put in his report about reviewing in May, not with ADA Lally. So I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me. That wasn't the characterization that was provided in argument. This is very different. Question, but you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You've seen that one before. That's the inverted video. Answer, yes. I'm on page 104. And that was with Mr. Lally, correct? Trooper Buchanan, clearly. That is not correct because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally. That sworn testimony is not only in stark contrast with the characterization that was offered by the defense, but it directly contradicts the conclusion they asked you to reach, that Trooper Buchanan watched this video with ADA Lally in preparation for trial. Therefore, it is a lie that the Canton Police Department provided the inverted video sometime earlier. That's sworn testimony. Now, again, trying to assert some type of relevance, the defense suggests there is something in the federal materials that would show relevance because Mr. Higgins said in the federal materials that he does not believe he made any phone calls. If you were to look at that testimony in the federal materials, you would see there was an enormous amount of conversation about the period in which he was sleeping. And there were dialed calls between him and Mr. Albert. And so you have to look at it in context rather than say it's an unequivocal denial and there's an aha moment. There is no aha moment. So
Do you have the grand jury cite? I think I might have got it from Ms. Little earlier, but the grand jury testimony of Brian Higgins, I have it. It's just easier if you have a cite to that.
I have a tab, but I don't. Perhaps Attorney
I'm sure
McLaughlin
Ms.
does.
McLaughlin can get it.
I'll provide it momentarily.
All right, thank you.
So what really arises from the subterfuge is that the defense did not ask for video. There was video provided when the prosecutors learned about it. There was video that was in the hands of Trooper Proctor that should have been provided to the prosecutor that wasn't. There was nothing done to alter or taint the video. There was nothing destructive about it. There was no tactical advantage. There was no benefit to the government. And clearly from Trooper Proctor's testimony, there was no effort whatsoever to hide it. It should have been managed better, no doubt. But there was nothing about it that was prejudicial. There was nothing about it that showed tampering or altering. And so ultimately, the import of the defense's argument is that this evidence, this information is exculpatory. It's exculpatory because what they claim is that it would show that Miss Reed's taillight was cracked, not missing a piece. Now, first thing we look at is Nick Barros's testimony. And if you have an opportunity to look at his testimony on page 12, line 1, the defendant told you part of the story. I saw there was some damage to the rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, but they forgot the next part. And there, pause, a piece missing, but not completely damaged. That's exactly how we see Miss Reed's car later on after it is at Canton. The entire taillight is not missing. There is a piece missing. That piece, where the fractures of it are found at 34 Fairview, right near Mr. O'Keefe's body. The same parts of the taillight fragments that are found in the sleeve of his shirt. And so it's not simply cracked. Even the witness they tried to lean on, Mr. Barros, says more. And so if that taillight is not just cracked, that taillight is missing, then there is nothing exculpatory whatsoever about the Canton video. It's a red herring because there can be no plant of fractured taillight if it's already gone before it gets to Canton. There can't be. And so when looking at the evidence, it is unequivocally clear that piece of the taillight is missing well before that car ever gets to Canton. And so we can quibble and we can dispute and we can go back and forth all day, but the best way is to just show you the evidence. And so when we look at the evidence, let's start first with the fact, the claim that the Sallyport videos were tampered with. Canton went back before January 29, 2022, and they took samples of the video to see if it was in the same condition, inverted for the back wall and fuzzy for the front wall. And we have those, and we've turned those over to the defense, and I just want Your Honor to see a small clip of that to show this condition, these conditions existed before this case was even a moment. So with the court's permission, I'm going to ask to put up exhibit number 2. Exhibit number 2 shows the inverted camera from January 1st, 2022. Now this is 28 days before Miss Reed's Lexus hits the Sallyport area. Now you can see, if you stop that please, thank you very much. On that wall, on that garage wall, there's a 4, it is backwards. This Sallyport video was not doctored by Trooper Proctor. It wasn't altered by Trooper Buchanan. It was in existence well before Miss Reed's car showed up to that Sallyport. Similarly, front wall camera, could you please put on exhibit 3? Exhibit 3 is from January 28, 2022, a day before Miss Reed's vehicle makes it to the Sallyport. And you can see the quality. It wasn't distorted on purpose. It wasn't manipulation by the state police. This is the way the camera worked in Canton. Thank you very much. And so the idea of tampering, we can claim it, we can assert it without fact, but we can prove it did not happen. Now, what we know is that missing taillight was not tampered with because it was gone hours before police even touched Miss Reed's vehicle. At 5:08 a.m., she left Meadows Road. That's John O'Keefe's home. And when she left at 5:08 a.m., that taillight part was already missing. If we look at Exhibit 6, please. This is from the ring video of John O'Keefe's home. This evidence directly contradicts the idea that the Sally Port video is relevant to show any break or planting of evidence. As Miss Reed nudges into Mr. O'Keefe's car, she will pull forward and we'll stop the video in 2 spots so you can get a clear look of that rear tail light missing. Forward, please. Thank you. And then ahead one more. You can see the white light shine. Stop. You can see it clearly missing. You can't plant something that's already gone. And the reason why you see white, it is a red taillight cover, and when the red is missing or gone, as it is in this case, the white bulb still shines, and that's why it shines white. The defense position is also contradicted by the ARCA witnesses. If we look at Dr. Wolf's testimony, day 31 of trial, it's noted as Exhibit 10 in our package, page 36. ADA Lally asks the good doctor, now doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out a garage and making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th? He says, I'm not aware of that. And then if we move to page 124, line 1. Now, line 2. Now, as far as you're aware from your review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the taillight that you observed in this particular case? And Dr. Wolf says, at that speed, no. We provided notice of our own expert. And there's one thing, many things, but one critical thing the experts will all agree on. That nudging did not cause the damage to that taillight. The defense position is also contradicted by dash cam footage. Sadly, an officer went to the O'Keefe home to check on his niece and nephew on that tragic day. And when he did, he had a dash cam video further reinforcing that that taillight is missing well before that vehicle makes it to the Sally Port area. If we could play Exhibit 7, which is the dash cam footage showing Mr. O'Keefe's car in his driveway at 8:22 a.m. If you could close up from the court, please. If you compare the right side to the left side, although covered and impacted by snow, if you could more close up, please, you can see that taillight, just like the detective from Dighton said, just like the 508 ring video shows, is missing. Is missing. There's no plant. The defense's position is also contradicted by the alarm.com video that we received pursuant to Rule 17. There are 2 videos, 8 and 9. If we could play Exhibit 8, please. This is the defendant's car arriving in Dighton in the driveway. The defendant on the passenger side, and you can see them walk to the back of the car near the right taillight and stop. And if the question is, what are they stopping for? We can play video 9. And this is when the car is being put on the tow truck before it makes its canting. And just like 508, in the driveway of Meadows, John O'Keefe's home, you will see that right taillight shine white, showing the missing taillight cover on 2 occasions. If you have an opportunity to stop the video at the important points, please do so.
Can you lower it?
We cannot.
Can you zoom in on it?
Your Honor, I would encourage the parties to look at it on the computer. The clarity is much better and it's very clear, the white light in this video. I cannot see it clearly on the screen.
So will you give me a flash drive of all of these exhibits?
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
If you look at it on a small screen, see right there?
I do see it.
Yeah, and then you'll see it again. So the alarm.com video contradicts the defendant's position that there is anything exculpatory about these Sallyport videos. In fact, this whole idea of third party or plan doesn't come to town until 9 months after Ms. Reed is indicted. Perhaps the best evidence that contradicts the defense's position that there's any relevance to the Sallyport video, that there's any type of plant by anybody, is from the defendant herself. Ms. Reed spoke to Gretchen Voss on June 20th, 2023. And in that testimony, or in that interview, she said, when my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jen and Kerry, look what I just did to my light. And I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing and some of the red plastic is missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway. And so I say to the court, the production should have been sooner. It should have been cleaner. This should have been a log or an entry. The failure to provide was inadvertent. It was unfortunate. It shouldn't happen, but it's not Brady. It's not exculpatory. It's not intentional. It's not tampered with. It was inadvertent and inconsequential because the evidence is overwhelming that that light is missing before the car makes it to the foot of the Sallyport, so there can be no plan. That is my argument regarding the Rule 14 issue. I would like to have time to speak about the claim of jury tampering. I understand the temperament of the court. I'm not tone deaf, but it is a claim that was lodged that has collateral consequence. And I think it's important for me to be able to address it. May I?
Yes.
The claim of jury tampering is probably one of the most serious claims that one can make because it's not simply an attack on a case. It questions the fabric of our entire judicial system. If a good juror comes to court and believes there is no integrity in the court or in the judicial system, it is impossible for a fair-minded juror to even consider evidence because they do not trust the system to begin with. And if a government actor or a trooper or a police officer tampered with a jury, that would be one of the biggest, most abhorrent transgressions that could happen. Because of the collateral consequence of tampering with the jury, it would take away the community's belief in our system. On the other hand, if there is a claim of jury tampering and it's baseless and there is no evidence, it is not only a direct attack on the judicial system, it would seem to be an effort to try to undermine the authority of the system in court before a trial to impede the ability to have a fair trial. It is an extraordinary claim. And it's notable, the defense motion to dismiss is not just a motion to dismiss, it's a motion to dismiss for extraordinary government misconduct. So when you make an extraordinary claim about jury tampering, there should be extraordinary evidence. There isn't even ordinary evidence. There is no evidence of jury tampering in this case. Now, I don't want to belabor this, but it's important because of the consequence of what happens when a claim like this is lodged. There is damage. And why I'd rather sit down, as I said before, a lie unchecked becomes the truth. And so how does one propagate a claim of jury tampering when there's no evidence? Well, first you need to plant the seed of corruption. And all you have to do is whisper it and hope the poison goes out there and is resonating in the potential community. And so what happens in this case? The defense finds a willing partner who covets an opportunity to meet with the defendant. They find a time, like after the Super Bowl, so there's this national exposure, and they just seep the information. They just seep it into the public and let it resonate. There can be no retort. The government can't respond. No facts, no evidence. Just saturate the public. Now, it's important to see or hear or read what is said, because this really is the acorn that is being planted that cannot be rebutted. And it's not insignificant that this same information before this interview is being disseminated by Mr. Kearney. This idea that there was tampering by Lieutenant Fanning. Not a coincidence. And so during this interview that the defendant and the attorney have, the question's asked, I don't know why it's asked, but it's asked. There have been sort of these unsubstantiated claims in the atmosphere that there might have been some funny business with the jurors who were dismissed. Really? And Mr. Jackson says, right. The question, is this a real concern that you have? Is this something that you were looking at, or have you just dismissed it as a rumor? Answer, I never just dismissed that as rumor. Something like that, it's too convenient for the prosecution for us to just dismiss out of hand. Do I have any evidence, specific evidence that there was jury tampering? I don't have any specific evidence of it. And yet we have a motion filed 2 weeks later. Do I think there are questions that should be asked? Do I think that there are questions that have been raised about the way the jurors were dismissed and who was dismissed very specifically? And then it continues on page 13 of the transcript. Question, one of the state troopers who was involved with the Norfolk DA's office and on the periphery of the investigation was also responsible for the jury? Not sure where these questions come from. Answer, right. He wasn't that far on the periphery of the investigation. He was involved in the investigation. He was direct supervisor over the individuals that were testifying and over and about whom we had leveled some very, very serious claims and ended up proving those claims during the course of direct and cross-examination in the presentation of our case. That person, that supervisor, we found out well into trial. As a matter of fact, at the end of the trial, we found out is the very person who was governing the jurors. That's a question that should be raised. That is an issue that should be teased out. Should never, ever happen. That is the very definition of a conflict of interest. Question, is that standard in Massachusetts for just the DA's office to assign whoever they want to be sort of, supervisor of the jury? Yeah. Is it standard in Massachusetts? I hope not. Never seen that in my life. But if I had a nickel for every time I said I've never seen this type in my life as it pertains to the Massachusetts justice system, the criminal justice system, I'd have a lot of nickels.
So I didn't see that interview. I don't have the transcript. I'd like a copy of that transcript.
Your Honor, I understand. I may be mistaken. We produced all of the exhibits to the court, and you should have a transcript. If not, I will get it to you immediately.
Okay.
Okay. So after step one, finding a vehicle to plant the seed, and they did that very effectively. The next step is they have to identify our target. Who are they going to blame? Who's going to be the villain? In this case, a villain goes from anybody that gets in the way. It could be a soccer mom. It could be a police officer. It could be a good Samaritan. Anybody that crosses the path is a target. And now they decided they were going to identify Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning is one of the most conscientious, dedicated, admired state police officers in Massachusetts. After having his name attempted to be sullied all over social media, attacking his integrity and his name, I can dare say that Lieutenant Fanning is in a different position than many. His integrity is so reputable, none of that will break him or his reputation. But it happened. When you look at the motion filed by the defense in this case, and they found their target in Lieutenant Fanning, you look at this motion, page 15. It's important when they made this public pleading, getting back to my request for your honor the other day. You look at the bottom of page 15. It talks about Lieutenant Fanning and tries to align him or associate him with Trooper Proctor because Trooper Proctor's text message was on a chain that included Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning did not reprimand or otherwise correct his subordinate's disgusting and inappropriate behavior. As a result, he was investigated by the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability for allegations of inappropriate correspondence between department members. True. But then they leave off the punchline. They put this in a public document. They try to smear him, degrade, demean, dehumanize. But what they leave out is that after this thorough investigation by the Office of Professional Accountability, where they took strong measures, very strong measures when they found something that they were not in agreement with, they concluded that these complaints were not sustained.
So we were all aware of that. I received verification of that through the Pleadings Council, was all aware of that. I just need the date. When was he cleared? When was that made public?
We'll have to provide that to you.
Was it prior to this? Was it prior to the motion being filed?
Yes, it was last year, last fall. I can provide the date right now.
Okay.
Trooper Lieutenant Fanning is not in a unique position.
If I may, Your Honor, sorry. It was July 17th, 2024.
He is similarly situated to the many first responders and witnesses in this case. And then, without any basis, the defense then distorts that Lieutenant Fanning was in charge of juror security. He had control of the jury, and he had access to the jury. Think about what those statements say to our community, who are going to pile in here in less than a month to try to give a fair trial to both sides. Think about what those words mean. After selecting their target and trying to dehumanize him and degrade him, they then try to create an illusion of this grandiose havoc that is running amok. Trying to get the community to think Trooper Fanning controlled, had access, and tampered with the jury. Think about that concept. Not only is it an attack on Lieutenant Fanning, it is an attack on the integrity of the trial court. I've walked a lot of hallways in the trial courts over the past 30 years. And the heartbeat of trial courts is the court officers who take their duty so seriously. They help, they assist, they guide, and they have solemn pledges. They are charged with the responsibility of the jury. To suggest this is to suggest that the hardworking men and women in our trial court system who come here every day for everybody else's benefit, it is to suggest that they would cede their authority to the state police and abscond from their duty and responsibility to protect that jury with no basis whatsoever. That is the concept that they are promoting in this motion. The trial court personnel throughout the state are steadfast and dedicated. I've tried a lot of cases, and I think most of the lawyers in here have. It is without a doubt in Massachusetts that these dutiful men and women of the trial court protect and are sworn at the end of every case in jury instructions to protect the jury. And these trial court employees, especially here in Dedham, some of the finest, would never abscond that duty. And yet it is now in the public domain, this suggestion. The only way that you dispel innuendo, suggestiveness, unsupported claims, and the poison that can seep into the community, the only way you can stop that is with fact. So I'm going to list a few facts for the record. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was not in charge of juror security. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not have control of the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not access the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was part of a multi-agency cooperative effort to ensure the safety of the public and court participants, which required numerous local police officers and state police because of the bedlam that was created outside. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever met with or interacted with any juror. Fact: at all times, Lieutenant Fanning worked from a remote location, jointly managing operations for the safety of the public. Never setting foot on this property when the jury was here. Never meeting a juror, never looking at a juror, never being seen by a juror. Fact: no evidence any trial court personnel ever ceded their obligations and duty and handed them off to Lieutenant Fanning. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning heard numerous rumors from various sources about a potential juror who expressed potential bias. Fact: Trooper Fanning never investigated, approached, or inquired. He heard the information and provided it to the trial court as is responsible, dutiful, and proper. And I'll repeat one more time, Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever interacted, controlled, or met with any juror. Your Honor, these claims in the motion to dismiss have a theme. Different issues, same theme, same pattern, same effort. Your Honor should dismiss it outright, and we should move to trial. Thank you.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to address in reverse order some of the statements made by Mr. Brennan. And I want to talk first about this issue of juror interference, which is what we called it. It's words matter. We've claimed that there's interference. He indicates that that would be an abhorrent transgression if there were interference with a juror or a jury. We agree. It would be an abhorrent transgression. The information that we have in front of us is not the information that Mr. Brennan just recited, which is interesting. I'll get to the facts that he very dramatically stated in just a second, because this is a fact-based inquiry, one that we asked for standing right over there at sidebar and didn't get. But Mr. Brennan, with no support to back it up, and I'm going to ask a couple of pointed questions about that, recites these facts after facts after facts that he claimed absolved the Commonwealth of any transgression as it pertains to the jurors. And when I say Commonwealth, I'm talking about the Massachusetts State Police. Very clearly, in a clever, almost too cute by half argument, Mr. Brennan talks about the good court officers populating this courtroom and this courthouse, about whom we have made no allegation, no claim, nothing. We have nothing but the highest respect and regard for the men and women who wear that uniform and perform these duties. None, zero. And he knows that. But in an effort to create an enemy where there isn't one, he acts like we've insulted the court officers, which we haven't. He also said that Lieutenant Fanning stood up here and gave basically a CV, a resume for him, and said, the greatest guy on the face of the earth. I don't know Lieutenant Fanning. I don't know if he knows Lieutenant Fanning. Not really the point. It's in the personality contest. He said that we identified somebody with an unassailable reputation. We identified him. We didn't identify anybody. We were standing up at sidebar, fat, dumb, and happy, not knowing what was going to happen when somebody else identified him. Wasn't us. And by the way, everything that we filed concerning this was under seal. We didn't disclose anything in any court document. It wasn't a public document, it was under seal. Mr. Brennan then states that he was also a subject, this person with this unassailed career, was the subject of an IA investigation for his conduct on this case. It's not even about something tangential. It's about his conduct on this case, his supervisory role as it pertains to Michael Proctor and his, and I'll repeat it, disgusting conduct as it relates to my client and his text messages, etc. When he was asked about those text messages, his claim was, I was on vacation and I didn't read them. And ultimately, the Massachusetts State Police investigation cleared the Massachusetts State Police officer. We've seen that happen before. The question, or questions, if I could, that surround this inquiry, and the reason that we included it in our motion to dismiss is because it appears that Ms. Reed did not get a fair trial because of this juror's dismissal. How would the person who's unidentified, to this day, unidentified, how would this person know who the juror sitting in one of these seats was if she was at a private location? I won't mention the location. How would they know? How would they know to identify her? How would they know what she said? How would they know to record her illegally, potentially, if that happened? How would they know these things? How would they know that if she was a juror, that she was a juror on the Commonwealth versus Reed matter specifically? And how would this unidentified person know of all of the authority figures to go to Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who is then described to us after the fact as the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required. And I went through that with the court this morning, but I just want to reiterate it one more time. Of course, it makes perfect sense that we would presume that if he's the commander, I don't think it gets much bigger than commander. If he's the commander of all security operations, he's the commander over operations that are attendant to the courts, the actual court's security, the personnel's security, the party's security to whatever degree that is necessitated, but maybe most importantly, the juror's security. That is a reasonable next step to conclude, a reasonable inference from the facts that we were given. But we do know this. This same Fanning that was just randomly picked to go report this to was also the person that was in Miss Reed's house seizing her phone just months before the trial. He's also the person that was interviewing witnesses or supervising the interviews of witnesses in this trial. He was also the person that was on the text messages between Proctor and his buddies at MSP talking about her and trying to find nudes. We know all of that existed. And yet we were denied an opportunity, Your Honor, an important opportunity to simply inquire before this juror was dismissed. That's all we asked. Let's get Lieutenant Fanning in here. Let's find out what the source of this is, and let's figure out, is it even remotely true? Remember, the juror never said it was true. But lo and behold, minutes before I stood up to give my summation, that juror is removed. That's the problem. This isn't about court officers and besmirching court officers' reputations. That's not what this is about. This is about what happened at sidebar in the matter of minutes that denied Ms. Reed her constitutional right. There's a couple of other points that I just want to make. Mr. Brennan started his comments by talking about the Sally Port video and how unimportant it is. How unimportant that video is. I'm not going to go through all my points again. The court doesn't need to hear that. But I do want to make this point. He says it's not important. There was nothing to see here. We don't pull videos normally. Yeah, of course you don't pull Sally Port videos if you're investigating a bar fight. This was the purported murder weapon. This truck is the thing that the Commonwealth suggests was used to kill a cop. You think the video of it being pulled into the Sally Port might be of some evidentiary value? I don't know. Can't imagine why that would be important. Can't imagine why that might have some evidentiary materiality. But I do know this. I do know this much. One guy who thought it was important, the lead investigator, he pulled it all of it. He was super convinced it was important. And he's the guy that once pulled it, hid it from us for nearly 3 years. Mr. Brennan spent some time talking about the difference between cracked and missing. Interesting point. Now, I'm not going to go through a bunch of videos and audios. The court has seen all the pictures and photographs that it needs to see, and the court has a very, very good memory. We've never, ever disputed that the light was cracked at 5:07 or so a.m. That's how it got cracked, is the point. It got cracked on that traverse. And a piece was missing. A piece was missing. Not according to me, according to another agency's sergeant, Barros, who said a piece was missing, but it wasn't completely damaged. Recall that when that light was completely reconstructed with the 46, 47 pieces that were purportedly found, well, they were found at or near 34 Fairview, and then they were reconstructed. Does the court recall what that reconstruction looked like? That taillight was put together almost in its entirety. Almost, except a piece was still missing. There was a piece unaccounted for. There's a big difference between a crack and the condition of that taillight, which we've now seen, where literally the entire lens material is basically gone. There's a few shards left on some edges, but the entire lens is basically gone. So yeah, it's relevant and it's exculpatory. The condition of that light when it pulled into the Sally Port driveway. And with regard to the inverted video, again, Mr. Brennan says there's nothing to see here. We've got inverted videos dating back days earlier. Then why, if that's such common knowledge, then why did Mr. Lally and Sergeant Butnick in front of a jury present that video as a true and correct presentation of what that car looked like and where that car was. Mr. Lally actually asked the question. I don't have a page and site number, but I remember it because I was sitting here. He asked the question, did you see Mr. Proctor? It was something, I'm paraphrasing, something along the lines of, did either you or Trooper Proctor approach that right passenger taillight? And the answer was no. Because on the video that was being played, it looked like the right passenger taillight was the one closest to the jury. And of course, Trooper Proctor walked right around that and went over to the other taillight. Except when you reverse it, you realize that's the right taillight.
Is there a copy of the reverse, the one that you played? Is that in the exhibits for today's motion?
No. The one that's been corrected?
Yes. I'd like a copy of that.
I don't think I have. Sure. We can get that for the court immediately. Also, he played a video of the grainy video showing, hey, look, some of these cameras are just grainy in other particulars as well at other times and places. Maybe, or maybe not. What's interesting is the grainy video that we saw, if my memory serves me, and it's my memory, and it's being taxed at this point, but my memory is the chyron on that video, in other words, the running numbers, was at the bottom. Yet the video he just played is at the top. That's the exact same video. If it's apples and apples, oranges and oranges, why is that different? That's interesting. And with regard to Ms. Reed's actual statements in that interview that was played, or I'm sorry, it wasn't played, it was recited. She said, some of the red plastic is missing. Some of the red plastic is missing. In other words, a piece is missing. It's completely consistent with the condition of that taillight before it was at the Sally Port. With regard to the facts that were recited by Mr. Brennan at the very end, every one of those is unsubstantiated. How does he know all that information? Who has he been talking to? And why don't we know about it? If in furtherance of this motion, there was an interview done of Lieutenant Fanning that laid out all of this information about not having contact with jurors and not doing this and not doing that, but yes, doing this and that and the other thing. Why's the first time I'm hearing about this when he stands up and tells us? That has been the pattern of this Commonwealth's presentation to this court and in front of the jury consistently. That is the punctuation mark at the end of the sentence. Why am I just now getting that? Why wasn't that appended to his motion? Was there a conversation Mr. Brennan had with Lieutenant Fanning that we need to know about? This is exactly why, Your Honor, exactly why. If this court is not inclined to dismiss this case, and it should, the maladies of the Brady concerning the Brady violations and the discovery violations are so manifold in this case. They cannot, it's
This is on, not on my end. Just going to check and see on another channel. But I suspect this is the court feed. You guys can let me know. WCBB has it. All right. All right, hold on 1 second.
Expect that we would finish all the motions in limine in 2 days and wrap up whatever we have here. All right. All right. Yes.
Fox 25 produced the materials at the beginning, like March 1st. I went down to see if I could get a copy. It's on a hard drive. I can't simply look at it in the clerk's office. I would like permission from parties to be able to make a copy of the hard drive, or if I can get the hard drive and make a copy and return it.
Does the defense want a copy as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you can make copies.
I'll make 2 copies and then I'll return the original to the court.
Okay. All right.
Just before you leave the bench, Judge, I do not want the court to decide that motion for sanctions until I just supplement the record. I could do it in 3 minutes, and if
Go
you
ahead.
don't, you can cut me off.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just briefly, Judge. Yesterday, Mr. Brennan represented to this court that I had made an extrajudicial statement regarding Mr. Morrissey and the federal investigation. You'll recall that I stood up in rebuttal and said that it was in court advocating for my client. He then said court TV is not a courtroom.
So before you go further,
Yes.
I don't know if Mr. Brennan was going to give me a court TV site on that. Is
Right.
there one, Mr. Brennan?
I'll have to provide a video. I think that Mr. Yannetti is referring to that comment that was in the court file. And so I intend on remedying that record. There was also a conversation after with court TV.
All right. So provide it to Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti, I'll give you an opportunity to respond once you get that. But go ahead. You can tell me what you want to tell me now.
Right now, it's out in the court of public opinion that I made this extrajudicial statement. I said specifically I did not. He contradicted me, and that's where we left it. And he said that he would produce the receipts. Now he's admitting he does not have the receipts. There was no court TV interview where I said anything of the sort. That was a Zoom hearing, where I was arguing before Your Honor. I would just note, Your Honor, I don't think it makes sense that Mr. Brennan would have done this on purpose because it was so easily disprovable. It's troubling that he would make this damaging accusation without properly vetting it to see if it is true before he attacks opposing counsel. So that was disappointing to me. And I would just point out, and again, I only need 30 seconds, that
You can take your time, Mr. Yannetti. You're not going to be
we're all
45 minutes.
right. I certainly will not be. This new false allegation comes after my colleague, Mr. Alessi, co-counsel, Mr. Alessi, on February 25th, detailed 9 or 10 false statements that Mr. Brennan has made to this court. And I want to make it clear, I don't need an apology from Mr. Brennan. I don't expect one, but I think perhaps he should apologize to the court. He said today, a lie unchecked becomes the truth. And I just would hope, Your Honor, that you hold Mr. Brennan to the same standard that you hold the defense team. And that's it.
I certainly do. So, Mr. Brennan, if you do not have a site, then I need you to let us all know that as well.
I will. It's convenient to retort that there were 10 lies by the court that Mr. Alessi lined up. In fact, I looked at the transcripts, some of his suggestions that I didn't read the paperwork properly, which is wrong. I didn't try to shame him today. It was part of advocacy, and I accept that. There was a conversation, and if you remember, when I related Ms. Yanetti's remarks, it wasn't in relation to 3.6. It was in relation to the fact that they were using the federal investigation to create innuendo that could not be responded to. But I will provide.
For your request for the gag order? In support of your argument for the gag order?
In response to how they had used federal materials that were under seal that couldn't be rebutted to make suggestions. It directly related to that point, not 3.6. But I will provide the videos. Mr. Yannetti is right that the exact statement that I used was from a court hearing, but then there were subsequent statements made. And so my regrets to Attorney Yannetti, but it wasn't in the fashion of a 3.6 violation. That wasn't the intention. It was to show how they've used these federal materials before the case was closed to their advantage.
All right. So if you have the site, I'll give you until tomorrow afternoon to find the Court TV site.
Very well.
If you have it, supply it to all, Misty and Eddie. So I'm ordering the Commonwealth if they have that Court TV site to provide it to all of us. And if you don't, provide that as well. Provide
Very
that
much appreciate
information.
it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it for today.
All rise to the court, please.
You are muted.
Wow, that was fireworks, every bit of that. And I know that, let me just take this off. I know that people on either side are going to have certain feelings about the other side's lawyers. And I believe that Hank Brennan did a great job of showing that most of what the defense is pointing to here is bullshit. But at the same time, just stand back for a moment and appreciate it. These were two powerhouse lawyers, as best as you're going to see, going head to head. And you're not going to see anything like that ever again. That was pretty incredible. I mean, because they don't go up head to head in the trial. They're going through witnesses. So that was pretty stunning. I also, as much as I think Brennan steamrolled today, was incredibly effective, brilliant. But I did, what Unetti just said there. I thought the same thing yesterday. I remember hearing it thinking, I don't think that was court TV. I think that was in court. So that's now two pretty big blunders. They're just blunders. They're not intentional in the last few weeks on this. And so he needs to get someone to help him a little bit with the research here to make sure if you're going to quote somebody else that it's accurate. They're obviously blunders. They're not intentional, but they're big and they shouldn't happen. And now there's been two of them. So, but that said, this was, to me, very decisive day for the prosecution. I know people in the pink crowd won't agree with that. But if you know the actual evidence, what Brennan did today just laid waste to the entire, it has so thoroughly laid waste between last week and today, between yesterday and today, to the third party culprit theory, that there's nothing left to stand on. The only thing left to stand on is the idea that think about this. We've got to believe that Karen Reed is innocent. You have to believe that somehow John went into the house despite the fact that his phone never did. That's just factual. His phone never went in the house. There's no point really spending a lot of time arguing it. The GPS, which is truly accurate data, shows that it never went inside the house and the phone stopped moving at 12:32 and 16 seconds. So if you're a serious person, not whether you want to be a serious person or not is up to you. But if you're a serious person, you have to accept that GPS data is a million times more accurate than a phone app, than a health app, which is just trying to interpret your emotions. GPS is designed to fly a missile up a camel's ass from 1,000 miles away. That's what it's designed for. That's what it does. That GPS chip that is in your phone, that's what it's designed to do. And that's all it does. There's a special chip that is manufactured to go in your phone. That's not true of a health app. The health app is trying to interpret what you're doing based on motions. That's always going to be imperfect. And it does the best it can. And it's pretty sophisticated technology for what it is. But GPS just has to determine your location. And it's very, very good at doing that. And you always know what the degree of accuracy is, what the margin of error is. And it shows that John never went inside the house. You can't just ignore that. All right. Now, same thing here as we've established with the taillight evidence. And Jackson very weirdly, I guess gamely, the best he could with a bad hand, he tried to say, well, when they reassembled that taillight, there was still a missing, right? That's probably the piece that Karen dropped in the driveway. But that little tiny missing piece certainly is not what Karen was describing in her own words in the interview with Voss. Not even close to that, right? It certainly is not what we see in those videos. So it's absurd. Unless you want to try to stretch this out on this absurdity, just like with the GPS, you have no choice but to accept that taillight was missing those pieces before she pulled out of the driveway at 5:08 in the morning. period. There's no reason to really, there's no sane reason to consider anything else. The entire, if we're going to be rational and reasonable about it, the entire Karen Reed argument is now reduced to something had to happen in that garage. That's it. There's no other way. Someone had to break into that garage and tamper with those pieces and then sprinkle them on John's clothing and deposit pieces at the crime scene. There's no other way. You can't even explore anything else. That's it. That's the end. The defense team has been pushed out onto the edge of the plank, and now they're just standing on the edge, looking down at the water, and there's nothing else. They're right on the very edge. Hank Brennan has pushed them all the way to the edge, and they got nothing else. They're looking around. They can see the sharks in the water below, and the only really thing that they're hoping for here is they see this little tiny life raft coming over, and what's in that life raft is a juror that, like this dismissed juror, is part of a cult and got on the jury by lying, by misrepresenting the degree that she had made up her mind before she got on the jury, and by lying every day in court that she was following this. That's their only hope. That they're standing on that plank at the edge, looking around, and they see that lifeboat, and they're hoping they'll fall into that. And Nick really kind of unintentionally, I don't think they prepped him well enough before yesterday, but he let loose that's the strategy last night on court TV. Because he said, even though the federal investigation is over, or even if it is over, he's maybe one of the only people in that group that's willing to accept that. Even Karen wouldn't accept it. But in that setting last night, I guess he had to, because he knew that it would have sounded foolish not to. So he said, but even if the Fed investigation is over and they didn't find anything, it still remains that we're in a better situation now because more of the public is aware of our arguments than in the first trial. So what he's talking about there is jury pool contamination. That's their best hope. And then he went right to the next statement. He said, and I don't think the Commonwealth wants to go through the expense of this a third time. This is all that's left. And David Yannetti knew this in January because that Boston Globe story came out that was really bizarre. Somebody had to have a connection to get that pushed in the Boston Globe. But that's their only hope, is to get a juror on there that nullifies the process, that lies every time she raises her hand under oath, which this dismissed juror obviously did, and wants to prove themselves to Karen or to Turtle. And that's it. You're not going to get 12 jurors to buy into any of this nonsense put through by the defense. You're not going to get 10. The jury contamination is enough that you might get 1 or 2. And that's their best hope. And they know it. It's not like they don't know it. That's why they pushed that series in the Globe. That's why Nick said that on TV last night. Acquittal is not really in the cards here, barring some new evidence. And you can see it, right? They're grasping at straws. They're making desperate plays here. They're putting things in motions that they know have no chance, but they think it gives them a chance to further contaminate the jury pool. But it's backfiring because Brennan is taking advantage of that too. So you want to play that game? All right. You want to do that? I'm going to show you those videos in court again. And that's the first time we got to see them all together in the court setting because they came out through different witnesses during the trial. But now Hank Brennan got to show the 508 video, the 822 video, the tow truck video, got to also give us for the first time the transcript of Karen's words to Voss. They also, if he wanted to, he could have went with Kerry Roberts' testimony too. They can add that to it too. So that taillight was missing pieces, was missing a large piece from the corner that disintegrated at the crime scene. There's just no room to go anywhere else unless you want to try the strange argument that somebody snuck into John O'Keefe's garage and tampered with that vehicle, and they were undetected by John's security systems. I don't know what he has. We know he has Ring. So Ring would have picked up somebody and woken up people inside. had somebody been going through that driveway. And I don't know, maybe he seems like someone that might have had a more extensive security system, but I don't know. We're told he had a digital key lock. Does that suggest that they had an alarm system there? Maybe. I don't know, but we don't know if they did. We don't know if it was set that night. Um, but that's a really, really thin ledge that you're now clinging to. The idea that that somebody broke into the garage, but I'm afraid that's all that's left for them. Hank did a very good job eviscerating the Higgins stuff. There's no evidence that Higgins was deceptive in trial. We don't know what the federal we can't know what the federal grand jury questioning was, but it sounds pretty clear that what he was saying was, I didn't make any calls in the middle of the night when he was sleeping or when he was home, napping on the couch. That he wasn't talking about, did he call somebody from the car on the way home? Did he call somebody from the Canton police station? He wasn't talking about that. And we don't even know that he actually made a call. He might have been just checking voicemail. The important thing to know, though, is the feds got his phone communications. They know exactly who he called. And if it was exculpatory, they would have brought it up in the federal grand jury and they would have turned it over. And so I'm going to suspect the defense probably knows who he called to, but if they don't, we can deduce logically, because they do have the transcript, that if it wasn't important to the feds, and the feds were doing everything they could to try to help Karen here for whatever reason, the fact that they didn't bring it up and they knew who the call was, then it wasn't important for him. So probably he was checking voicemail. That would be the most likely explanation, but we don't know, and it's none of our business because it's not relevant. It's not material to anything. So whoever he was calling, it's his business. That's the bottom line. So, hold on a second. Just checking. All right, let me just check email for something. The person that just sent this to me, I'm saying thank you. I'm not mentioning your name just on the chance that you don't want to, and I'm not sure if it's going to be interesting anyways. Let's see. All right, so it is important if it's true, but I don't know if I should repeat it since we don't have any verification of this. All right, so I'll just address it because I'll say we can't verify this. So I'm not. So what I'm going to say now is something that somebody has put on Twitter, and then somebody sent it to me. And the name on Twitter does seem like is not someone I know personally, but I've seen the name in there. I have no reason to think this is someone that puts out misinformation. But then again, we all have to be careful about information that's out there. So what this says is that some of the deleted Ring footage shows Karen picking up small pieces of her own broken taillight out of Officer John O'Keefe's driveway. So I don't know how that could have been recovered, though, because that video is missing. This must have been the couple of small pieces missing from the reconstruction. So, I mean, I don't know, because as far as we know, what we saw during the trial, that the Ring video of Karen, Kerry, and Jen, when they leave, they go out, and according to testimony, Karen and Jen and Kerry examine the taillight, but they don't drive that car out. That car is parked there. Jen had parked it there, but they get into Kerry's car and they go out looking for John, and they find him a few minutes later. So, actually, I can take this off. Just gonna plug this in. Sorry, just bear with me for 1 minute. I gotta plug this in because I'm on Court TV later. So the with video that's missing in probably 3. So Karen arrived back at John's house at, according to quote Trooper Garino, around 12:36, and then She leaves a voicemail at 12:37 that says, "John, I fucking hate you." Then the next voicemail is at 12:41 that she leaves no message, but it picks up her, what sounds like her pulling into the garage. You hear the alarm noises from the car as it, detects a nearby wall, and you hear what sounds like the garage door closing, and then you hear her boots. She doesn't say anything, but so that seems to be the moment that she took the car into the garage. So it would seem that she got there at around 12:36, parked it in the driveway, probably because she didn't have a garage opener. Remember, she doesn't live there. And she went into the house. Maybe she used the bathroom or whatever. Maybe she checked on Kaylee. We don't know. Probably went to the bathroom. She's been drinking a lot. So then she goes out and moves the vehicle into the garage. But the video of her getting home is missing. The video of her pulling it into the garage is missing. Presumably that's 2 videos. And while we do see video of her leaving at 5:08, and then we also see video of her, Kerry, and Jen arriving at about 5:30, 5:45. I think 5:45. We don't see the video of them leaving. So there's no proof that these videos were deleted, right? We don't know what happened. Were they somehow missing? Did the Ring camera not, for some reason, detect motion? Now, that seems unlikely because they were detecting things perfectly fine at 5:08 and when Karen and Jen got home, and then later on. So I don't know. Was there possibly snow on the Ring? Did blowing snow get onto the Ring so that interfered? But it's pretty convenient that the missing videos all likely involve moments when Karen was examining her taillight. Now, we don't know that she examined her taillight at 12:37. We know that at that moment she had just got home and she called John and said, "I fucking hate you." But we don't know the Ring's missing, so we don't know. There's no evidence that she examined her taillight at that time. But there does seem to be indications that she was aware of it. And that doesn't mean that's the moment she came aware, but she was aware of it when she talked to Jen on the phone. I believe that was the testimony around 5 a.m. So, and then the testimony of both Kerry and Jen is that Karen showed them her taillight. They examined it together at about 5:45 in the driveway. And now we know that that's what she told Gretchen Voss, that they examined the taillight at that moment. And that's when she plucked the pieces out. Now, the idea that there was just this tiny piece missing, as Alan Jackson desperately is trying to go with now, and it's desperate. That's ridiculous. That tiny piece would not have made what's clearly significant missing piece on the video, and that would not have been enough to get the description that Karen had, when she talks about she was worried about the operation of the vehicle and she could see the light bulbs and this, that. That's not going to happen from a thumb-sized piece of taillight missing. So that's absurd. So I wish we knew more about when these Ring videos were deleted. Unfortunately, we don't. I have not seen anything new on that. I haven't seen that there's going to be new expert testimony from, for instance, somebody from Ring. I haven't seen that. I would have liked to have seen that there's going to be an expert from Lexus that's going to come in and talk about key cycles. Haven't seen that. So, and it's getting pretty late in the game, so I don't think those are going to be added to this. So I guess the Ring video, unless I'm missing something, will probably remain a mystery as to exactly what happened. Anybody could have deleted that video. You don't need the app on your phone. I could have deleted that Ring video if I had John's email, which presumably that's the account name, and his password. So if you got the sign in and the password, any one of us could have deleted that video. The question is who had an incentive to delete that video? And the only plausible answer that we have on that is Karen, because it seems that probably those were all videos that showed her examining her taillight. So I mean, I mean, I guess you want to try to posit some kind of thing where there was conspirators sneaking around the yard at 12:36, and that's missing. I don't. That seems crazy, right? So, or you want to posit the idea that the conspirators later on were deleting an image, like let's say around 4 o'clock, some ghost, maybe some member of the CERT team that they've already got in, broke into the garage, going through the driveway, and the Ring video picked it up, and so they had to delete that. And for the heck of it, they deleted a couple other ones that were irrelevant. I don't know. It's thin. That's how thin it is. That's how thin it is. The most logical explanation is obviously the defendant didn't want to be seen examining her taillight. So at some point later, she deleted them. And I'd be interested to see when Procter and Buchanan learned that those videos were missing. Did they learn the next day? Did they learn weeks later? We don't know. That's something that should have maybe come out in trial, because the later that is, the more there's the opportunity for Karen to have deleted it, if that's what happened. Funny Bunny says, I think she tried to delete all the video and failed. I don't know. I mean, there's no evidence of that, so maybe, but all right, so there's definitely, I forgot to say thank you to the people that have been so kind during the show. So Fraud, these are from a long time ago, so I don't know if these questions will be relevant anymore, but we'll see. So Fraud, thank you very much for your competition. After court, Karen Reed said, this is after court yesterday, that the investigation is ongoing. If she took Brennan at his word, it would be very dangerous endeavor. So yes, I played that, I think, yesterday. So Karen did not believe Hank Brennan when he said the investigation was over. Now, the idea that Hank Brennan went out and lied about this, but not just Hank, but that I lied about it, Ted Daniel, Christina Rex, and I don't know whoever else, because they weren't getting this I didn't get this from Hank Brennan or anybody connected to Hank Brennan. The U.S. Attorney's Office called the Canton Police, they called the Norfolk DA, and they called the Mass State Police. All right, so that's so for Karen to believe this, that's kind of crazy. But she has no choice, right? So wicked smart. Kevin, please eject Aiden from this chat. So this was a long time ago. I didn't see that message. I did, I try to let Aiden or anybody else be here, and I don't know if it was the real Aiden. People were saying that it was a fake Aiden, but and then other people were saying they were enjoying that. But you know what? If the fake Aiden is listening to this, don't do that anymore, because I can only see a certain percentage of chat. So if I look down and I see somebody pretending to be Aiden talking about dicks and blowjobs, which he was, I'm going to boot him. And I might blame Aiden. And we shouldn't be blaming, I don't care how much we might not like Aiden Kearney, we shouldn't be blaming him for things that he didn't do. So don't do that. Let's just call that a rule from now on. It shouldn't have to be, it's self-explanatory. Do not pretend to be somebody else. I don't like it when they do it to me. There's a whole fake Yellow Cottage Tales on Twitter that puts out false stuff all the time, and it's fooled a lot of people. It's fooled John DePetro. I think it fooled Kevin Mahoney once back in the day. But it's fake, and I've tried to go through the process of getting rid of it, and it doesn't work. So don't do that anymore. Okay, don't fake being someone else. That's just not cool. Maui gifted 10 Yellow Cottage Tale memberships. Thank you, Maui. And so those lucky viewers that got that will be thinking they got something special, and then be like, shit, I didn't get anything with this. But thank you, Maui. And then she gifted 5 more. Wow, Maui, thank you very much for bringing up the memberships. And most of those people will probably not want to stay on, but hopefully some of them will. And another one, she gifted some more. Thank you very much, Maui. So you got our numbers up. That membership total that Maui just probably gave us like a 10% boost in total memberships. So thank you, Maui. And Alma, thank you for your donation. Very much appreciated. Alma, if you're still here, these were from a long time ago, so I apologize if I didn't get to say thank you then. Darlene Horn in Canada, donated $5. Thank you very much, Darlene. We love our Canadian fans like Caroline Sweet and my friend Colin. Funny Bunny said, thanks, Kev, Joe, and Fleming. And it's when I say Joe, my other moderator, that's a woman. So that's J-O. It's not Joe like in Joe Krowski's not my moderator. Ashley said, lock him up. And Funny Bunny, oh, we already got to that. So, all right. Thank you, Funny. All right. So we'll just look real quick and see if anybody has any questions, and then we can all call it a day. But this, again, go back. It might be worth watching some of this again today. This was two legal titans going head to head, and that was something to watch. So Andy says you can restore a deleted ring video with data recovery software like Wondershare Recover It, but only if you previously saved it on your device. So, yeah. And I was really glad, and thank you for talking about transparency. I was really glad that Hank said, yeah, if, Caroline is actually here. Thank you, Caroline. He said, look, if we were trying to hide this video from you guys, you wouldn't have got it now. So, I mean, Brennan's normally a defense lawyer, right? And he's making sure these guys get everything soon after he gets it. Haven't spoken to Kevin in a while. And so thank you for Joe and for Tom for being here as always. Thank you, guys. Tom, I did not get to the post office, but tomorrow I will have time. Yeah, I thought that was I thought both lawyers were very, very effective today. I mean, Alan Jackson being shady, but he's got a bad hand. He's getting paid. Hank is paid to get to the truth. Brennan is paid to get his client off. And no, I'm sorry, Jackson. Jackson is paid to get his client off. So, he's got a bad hand at this point, and he's doing his best to play it. And I just strictly from a lawyering point of view, I thought he was brilliant today. But I also think Hank was brilliant too, and he's just gonna keep steamrolling. He's just gonna keep coming through. Like I said this morning, he's like the Roman legions. He's not trying to surround you. He's not trying to cavalry charge you. He's just lining up legions of troops, and they're marching one step at a time, and you can't stop it. You can't stop it, and you can't. So he just doesn't. He explores every angle of it, and just he leaves no stone unturned. Anybody else have any other questions? Yes, on Court TV again tonight. One of the things last night when I was on, I don't know if you guys saw, but Peter, who is always there to argue for the defense, said that because the federal investigation was over, that only means that they didn't find a smoking gun. In other words, wow, there really could still be a conspiracy. They just didn't quite find enough to indict. But when it came to me on my segment, I had to wait through the commercial break, but I was like, no, that's not really true, Peter, because the TUI process, they were required to give any remotely exculpatory evidence over. So anything that even suggested there might have been a cover-up or a conspiracy, they had to give that over, and we would have seen it in court. So, no, the feds didn't find anything exculpatory for the defendant. So, Joe, actually, I'm glad you bring that up. So, because we had that little kerfuffle where all of a sudden the monitor went out, which seemed to be a court TV problem, and I got it over to WCVB, so that was good. Thank you, guys. But we missed something there. So, is there a hearing Friday, or is that just a deadline day now? Is there an actual hearing on Friday? And as far as Turtle Boy, the only thing I saw, I think somebody in chat said here that I don't know if it was continued till noon tomorrow. There's something going on noon with it, so I'm not sure. Maureen says there was next hearing is Friday 9. So there is a hearing. No, so Ken says there's no hearing though. So we have a dispute. So what do you guys think? Is there a hearing Friday? And thank you, Alma. Is there a hearing Friday on Karen Reed? And Mama, thanks for the help. Yes, give me a thumbs up. You know, we don't usually ask for anybody to subscribe or give a thumbs up. And keep in mind, we're still linked right now to Jen Coffenaffer's channel, Breaking the Case with Jen Coffenaffer. I think Matt's channel might still be up here. Let's see. So, yep. Masshole Mafia, Kate's channel, Boundless Millennial Matt's. So they're all still broadcasting this right now. We all stream this together. So please go in and support them and give them a subscription if you don't mind. Doesn't cost you anything. So Dixie Doodles, this is probably Jen's moderator. Not really sure. I see that you're a moderator though, but thank you for being here and trying to help us keep this clean. So Rainey is going to address an email. He is more leans on the free Karen Reed side, or at least he did the last time I talked to him. He's a good dude down in Florida. Look forward to your email, man, and I will answer it. But I got to think, Rainey, if you are approaching this objectively, that what you've learned last week and this week, especially in the last 2 days, has impacted your opinion, right? And just, you know, you've told me that Turtle Boy is interested in the truth. But come on, man. We just learned that the Fed investigation is over, and he still won't accept that. So that's not someone that's interested in the truth. It really isn't. No, you can. No, I'd be happy to have the email from you, man. Happy to send me an email, please. Take your time, put it together, everything you want to say, and I will get to it. So no, please, by all means, send me your email. And B Blanca is also a moderator. These people, guys, they could be moderators for Jen's channel or Matt's or for Kate's. So your conclusions are not only possibilities, Kevin, others are allowed. Yeah, but they're more than possibilities now, Rainey. The logic has really eliminated the idea that the taillight was tampered with in the Sally Port. It just was. There's no room left for that anymore. You know. There's no room left for the idea that the taillight was planted after 5:08. There just isn't room for that anymore. So, so I don't know. We'll keep working to find out if there is a hearing Friday. But so we will cover it though. I don't know what the situation will be. I have to leave for a doctor's appointment in Boston. I have to leave at about 10 or 10:30. Say about 10:30. And so Kate's channel is Masshole Mafia. But what I'm going to do is I've already given it to her, but in case she's doesn't have it, Kate will be able to log in. I'm going to log into my channel. Well, assuming the hearing starts at 9, and I will be here for the start of the hearing. And sorry, I was just reading the chats. So I will be here for the start of the hearing, and then if I have to leave to go to Boston, I will just leave it up. And in fact, when I get to Boston, I'll be watching my channel from that. But I will also give Kate my password and stuff. She already has it, but I'll give it to her again, and she can make sure, because we see sometimes there are technical issues. Like I leave it on a channel, and all of a sudden the feed dies out. So she'll have that, and she'll be able to jump on it and set it up get it over to another feed. According to the docket, Friday's hearing has been rescheduled next date, 3/18 at 9 a.m. Okay, thank you, Nancy. So looks like we don't have to do anything Friday, which is always good. So if Nancy's information, Nancy from the 508 is correct, then there is no hearing for Friday. And that was my sense of it yesterday, that they actually had got rid of that they were just going to use Friday as a deadline. They managed to get everything done that they wanted to yesterday and today. Rainy, email is good. If it's long, email. I can't. You can text me. You have my number, short text, but send me. I check all my emails always, and I can't. It's hard typing on my phone. So, but with the email, I can go to my laptop and just and type a lengthy reply. Caroline, driving to Toronto to visit Dad for 95th birthday. Wow, that's congrats to him, man. That's a good achievement, especially for a man. Men don't usually live that long, right, like that, to that ripe old age. But it sounds, Karen, like there is not going to be a hearing Friday. So unless we learn something different, there won't be. And Blanco, so this is the same Blanco that I became friends with out in Dedham. I did email you my number. I'll send it again. Thanks, Tom Plummis. Oh, okay. Did you want me to call you? I'm not sure what you needed, Blanco, but I'm here for you, brother. Okay, so it sounds like no hearing this Friday. Getting other sources on that. So sounds like no hearing on Friday. So that'll be nice, and we get to enjoy the weekend. I'm sure as with this case, there's always new breaking news. So we'll see what happens with. From what I could see from somebody said in chat here that Turtle Boy. This may not be the correct word, but there's another hearing at noon tomorrow. So I don't know if that was a continuation from today. And I guess when there was a streaming link, there was a Zoom link that some people were able to stream it, but there was no audio. So people really don't know what's going on. When we were listening to the hearing too, we heard a lot of cheering outside. So that's presumably when Turtle Boy's hearing ended and he went outside as the conquering hero and the zombies cheered. So I would say that there were plenty of pinkies in front of the court today, Funny Bunny, based on the cheers that Turtle Boy. I'm assuming that was, maybe it was something else. Maybe there was a parade going by. I don't know. Nancy went to the court website. So the next hearing is on 3/18 and 3/19, which those are big days too in the Karen Reed case, because on the 17th, St. Patrick's Day, is the first night of the documentary series that primarily stars Karen. I'm also in it. And some other friends of John's, like John Jackson and Brendan Kane. Possibly some people from the scene too, Vendetta, like Steph and Kerry Lama. And that's going to play 3 nights in a row on HBO Max and Discovery ID. I think each night is like a 2-hour episode. So that'll be on. It's on Discovery ID, yeah. But it's also on HBO Max. As far as Court TV, now we have it on our TV channel here, but I know a lot of areas don't. I believe, although I'm not sure, that you can find it by going to their website, not to YouTube, but to their actual website, courttv.com or whatever it is. And I think they show them the shows live on there. Not sure. Caroline, if you're talking about the documentary, you'll be able to see it on HBO Max. It'll be on HBO Max. And Ken Weeks says nothing this week or next week, the judge said. So that confirms it. Okay. So Justice Lane said, she's new here. What is your name? I'm not sure if you're talking to me or someone else in chat. My name is Kevin, and not with me at the moment, but their channels are on is Jen Coffenaffer from Breaking the Case with Jen, and Boundless Millennial is Matt Doherty, and Kate Peter from Masshole Mafia. So whichever channel you're logging into. Oh, yeah. So my channel is actually Yellow Cottage Tales. So if you're watching from one of the other channels, I can't tell. But so if you're looking for my channel, it's Yellow Cottage Tales on YouTube. Macy, thank you very much. And so I'm ready to see what the battle plan is and take it on. Hopefully there is a battle plan. You know, that's what you always want when you have this, is just some kind of a battle plan that you can, because when you have a way of fighting back, that makes it easier to sleep at night because you feel like at least you have a chance. You know, it's like from Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance. You know, sometimes that's all we're looking for. All right, guys. So it is now 10:05. Again, thank you everybody for being here, and thank you to the moderators for all the channels, for all the work you do. It's very much appreciated. And so we'll see everybody soon. If you want to see me and Nick and Joe Krowski, and I'm not sure who the fourth guest is, check out Court TV tonight. Thanks, guys.